Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how would you get into it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I just find it fascinating.
Yeah. No.
And like what it's giving to people, for me it's giving me a lot more confidence and sorry.
in one. Good morning and welcome to the stream today. Here we've got the opening Rachel-Heyhoe Flint trophy match of the 2024 season. Today Western Storm host the Sunrisers at Sophia Gardens. It's a beautiful day with sun beaming down here in Cardiff. If you're a short journey away, please come along and enjoy what's set to be a stunning day of regional cricket. So these two teams, they've had mixed fortunes at the end of last year. Storm finished 8th in the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy, whereas Sunrisers finished 4th after 4 consecutive wins with Grace Scrivens at the helm. Sunrisers' last few matches included scoring some mammoth totals against some strong sides, 295 against the Blaze, winning by 30 runs. Opening batters Scrivens scored 107 and Ariana Dowse scored 105 in that match, followed by a rain-affected match against Northern Diamonds, winning by 6 wickets and 3 with 3 balls remaining. For Storm, their last victory in the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy was against Sunrisers back in July. Alex Griffith scored 46, Fran Wilson 56 and Neve Holland 28 to win by 6 runs, so a very close contest back then. Storm will be wanting to put all things right here today at Sophia Gardens. Over winter, they've made a phenomenal signing in 26-year-old Amanda Jade Wellington, who has global experiences playing for likes of Australia, Adelaide Strikers, Manchester Originals, Southern Brave, Otago Women, Barbados Royals, and a few more teams on a very impressive cricket CV. For Sunrisers, they've also retained many of their kind of core players, but they've also looked overseas and got the signing of Nicola Hancock, an all-rounder who has been noted for their speedy pace. So again, it's going to be a very hotly contested match today in this opening round. We've also had news this week of the new Tier 1 professional women's county sides allocation for Western Storm region. Somerset was successful, and proudly, as we are sat here in Sophia Gardens, from 2027 Glamorgan will also have a professional women's team. Now back to today's action. Sunrisers won the toss and they elected to field first. I'm going to pass over to Kath Wilkins, former England, Somerset and West player, and she also was a former Wales women coach. Can you go through the teams for us today, Kath?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and good morning as well to Hannah Radford Thompson, who's alongside me today. So, Western Storm lineup is 25, Alex Griffiths. Number 16 is Sophia Smale. 63 is your captain, Sophie Luff, for today. Number 35, the very experienced Fran Wilson. 28, Danny Gibson, bringing hopefully all that experience she's got over the last 12 months with the England camp. Katie Jones. Number 37, Nat Wraith, who will be keeping today. Number 27, Neve Holland. 45, that great signing of Amanda Jade Wellington. Number 14, Molly Robbins. And number 20, Chloe Skelton. And Sunrisers, with the very experienced but still young captain, number 29, Grace Scrivens. Number 83, Ariana Dowse. Number 6, Cordelia Griffith. Number 9, Jodie Grucock. 26, Maddie Villiers. Number 17, Amara Carr. Number 4, Flo Miller. Number 14, Jo Gardner. That great overseas signing, number 48, Nicola Hancock. Number 88, Esme McGregor. And number 11, Kate Kopak.
Perfect. And the batters are walking out as we talk right now. So Alex Griffiths and Sophia Smale opening the innings for Western Storm. So Kath, thinking about last year, Western Storm disappointed, finishing in 8th place, but any positives you can take away from that season?
I think definitely. I think in terms of a young group of players that are now spending a lot of time together, they've had a great overseas, what looks like winter training programme, which just builds that camaraderie of the team, helps them develop those core skills, and just work on everything as a group. So I think in terms of this year, everything I've seen so far from the captain and from the coach is a really positive start for this season. I think they've got a really good opportunity here today. If they start strong, it's a beautiful day in Sophia Gardens. But I think that team and that cohort of players now is that year older, year more experience. a number of players of ex-internationals and those that are now joining the England camps as well and in the academy. So I think in terms of where they're looking to get this year is a significantly better position than they sadly ended up last year.
Yeah, and of course we talk about success and performance, but the points tally only tells one part of the story. For Storm, they did also have 2 players make their England debuts, etc. Lauren Filer, it feels like she's been playing for England for ages now, but it has only been a year, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, and it's been a great year for her as well. So, yeah, it's a great story for Lauren, who's a Weston-super-Mare girl, so not too far from where I am. So, yeah, it's great to see her do so well.
Okay, so it'll be Kate Kopak for the Sunrisers, opening this 2024 season. Alex Griffiths on strike for the Storm. The dot ball to start.
Early bit of swing, I think. It looked we're just off left for those watching. We're just off left behind the bowler's arm here today at the pavilion end, but that did look to move quite a bit in the air, but solid from Alex Griffiths.
Yep, a Welsh girl at heart from near where I've moved to now, so I'm living in Swansea now. So Kopak comes in again.
Cut nicely to point, but fielded well. Again, a bit wide that one, so probably just needs to get back on track a bit here.
Kopak, known for her pacey bowling for the Sunrisers. They've had a good unit of seamers coming through the ranks. She looks to return for her third delivery. In she comes. And it's popped up. She's gone up for her appeal.
Big shout there, big shout.
Big shout. That's
Anne Harris was unmoved though.
As you mentioned, this early swing on this beautiful day in Cardiff at Sophia Gardens. Kopak to Griffiths. Tries to find the gap. They're pushing a single here.
Yeah, quick run taken through just to the cover there. Scampering, but got the legs moving, so first run on the board for Western Storm.
Tried to just take that pressure off a little bit. Felt the dot ball was mounting slowly. It's only the first over though.
And it's a long day, 50 overs. We forget with all the 100 and the 20 over games, 50 overs is a long day out in the field and plenty of time to bat as well.
Yeah, so Sophia Smell facing Kopak for this delivery. Interesting article came out in the last 24 hours. I think it was about 11 hours ago, according to my web browser, and I'll come on to that in a second. It's Kopak to Smell. Politely defends that back. Need to get off the rust from these, It's been a while. It's been a long time since talking on a live stream, so getting those early nerves off, it's bad enough for the players, isn't it? Let alone for us to, shake these pre-season. Well, we're in the season now, aren't we? So
it's like you're watching, then you go, oh yeah, I should be talking as well, shouldn't I? So, last ball of the over coming up.
And flicked nicely off the legs for another single. So Western Storm 2-0. Griffiths with 1 and Smell also with 1.
And Smale now back on strike.
Indeed she is. And as you can see on the live stream here, it's absolutely glorious. This is the perfect opening day for the women's regional competition. And of course it's the last year of cricket in the women's structure looking this way. So how do you feel about what's to come, Kath?
I think it's hugely exciting. As somebody who's played women's cricket a very, very long time ago, to see the transition that's taken place in all women's sport, but in women's cricket as well, for that professionalism is now a career for so many players, and for more players to come. So I just think it's a really positive and strong promotion for women's cricket here in England.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll go on to the history of the game throughout today, I'm sure, because you played for West, you played for Somerset, and there's been lots of different changes across the domestic structure.
It's So Hancock coming into bowl at the river end. Right arm. Oh, that was a loose one, so that's a wide ball. So just still warming up, I think. Whilst it is sunny, it's still quite chilly here in Wales, but it's not raining, so that is the main positive for today. But yeah, very loose opener there from Hancock.
Yeah, nice to see Hancock into the mix straight away. The overseas signing, huge amounts of experience playing at that top level.
Second ball coming in, yeah, a lot better. So left there by Smale. Let that one go past, plenty of room.
Just seeing that movement, aren't we? We've got
Yeah.
perfect angle here, and on the live stream you should be able to see that movement going away as well.
2 slips in place. So they are looking for something to happen here. Hancock coming in. Oh, a play and a miss. Bit reaching there. Sophia Smale's reaching a bit for that one. Probably it's the same sort of area as the last one. So probably just checking herself to maybe leave that if that happens again for the next ball.
Yeah, slightly fishing. One of those where, as you mentioned, there are 2 in slips. And dangerous nick on that. We don't want to see her going too early here. I love her story, and she talks about playing, traditional cricket shots.
Yep. Hancock coming in. Again, she's left that one. Right decision from Sophia Smale. Still a bit loose. Hancock trying to find her line here at the moment.
But she talks a lot about her grandpa and how he, said to her, keep it on the floor, keep it on the ground. You don't get out if it's on the ground, etc. A very traditional kind of batter in that sense. And then kind of being a bit more creative, but still having some of those traditions, I guess.
Yeah.
In her batting style. Also a hockey player.
Here comes Hancock. Much better line. Yeah, Sophie tried to work that one just off her hip, but no run taken.
But what I absolutely loved, which I was going to come on to earlier, was Valkyrie Baines for ESPN Cricket Info has done a lovely feature on Sophia Smale, talking about how she wants to strengthen her batting, how she's worked on that across the winter, and how she genuinely wants to be seen as a batter that bowls left arm spin. I'm not a part-time left arm spin.
Hancock in again. She's pushing that blue line, I think, so well left again by Sophia Smale. I think Hancock might be slightly frustrated that she's not making the batter in the opening overs. Play a bit more, so not really testing Smale at the moment, so she's happy to leave those, and rightly so. Just get your eye in, see what the pitch is doing.
And she continues to say, I'm talking a batting all-rounder, hopefully. That's the ambition. So here she is, opening the batting today for Western Storm, putting that to the test.
Last ball of Hancock's over. And that is a wide down leg side. So not the last ball. She will have another go and see if she can find that line that she hasn't quite managed to yet. So potentially the last ball of the over. Oh yeah, quick single taken. Safely in. And Sophia Smale steals the strike once more. And that is the over.
Western Storm 5 for 0 at present. That last bit of fielding picked up by Maddie Villiers. You don't want to risk one to her now, do you?
Definitely not with that arm.
We talk a lot about Fran Wilson and her stellar kind of fielding, but Maddie Villiers is equally as prominent within that kind of space.
So Smale back on strike and still with Kopak bowling.
Storm 5 for 0 off of the first 2 overs, 48 overs to go. And I'm not going to keep saying it, but it is a beautiful day here. It's a perfect day for cricket as Kopak comes in to Smell, who gets a bit of an edge on that.
She did. Didn't carry.
Thankfully for Smell, it didn't carry, as you mentioned, but a bit of excitement from the Sunrisers' perspective. Kopak steaming into Smell. Releases and Smell tries to cut through. Finds the fielder for a dot ball. So Sophia Smell as well. She was part of the Under-19s tour to Sri Lanka. And she was part of the World Cup.
She was. Yeah. I think as well, she's still such a young age, and there's so many of those stories now that of the young players that are coming up that you think have been around for a while, but actually they're still very young. Oh, nicely hit away off the hip there, down to, it's gone for 4. Yeah, gone to 4, down to fine leg. So that's the first boundary today. So a small crowd gathering in the sunny parts of the stadium here today. So if you are in Cardiff and you fancy a day at the cricket, then please do come on down. In the sun, probably not too bad. In the shade, very cold, I'd suggest. So the majority of people that are gathering here today are on the sunny side.
Yeah, the first boundary for Western Storm in this year's campaign. Of course, all these teams have had some warm-up fixtures across the last couple of weeks as well. And as you mentioned earlier, they've had some overseas training too. Kopak looks to respond. And again, it's down that leg side. It's going to be called a wide. Anna Harris stretching the arms out there. And of course, she's someone from this region doing lots of positive things for Wales women's cricket in particular. She's been a player, officiating, etc. Huge prominent figure in that space. It's Kopak to Smell. Much straighter this time.
Lovely. Oh, it's a mix-up there. Oh.
Western Storm have been very lucky there. A huge mix-up. Griffiths wanted the run. Smell hesitated. Got stuck on the ground there. Was it a bit wet there, do you think? Or what do you think? She kind of got stuck halfway and
I think
luckily made it back. If that was a direct hit, she was gone.
Yeah, I think, from probably Alex Griffiths' angle, that looked like a good run to take, but not so much for Smell, who stood her ground and sent Alex back, who thankfully made her ground. Well, umpire's having just a quick chat. Not sure if there's an issue with the ball already. Gives Alex and Sophia time to get together and have a bit of a chat about communication.
Yep. It's good to see, being attacking and trying to get these early runs on the board. 10 from 2.4 overs, but there's still plenty of time to build, and that's the main thing that we've seen in the past from Western Storm is building those partnerships. We really need to cement something like, ideally, at the start, have an opening strong partnership, set the platform and allow those underneath to come in, because we've got Sophie Left, Fran Wilson, Danny Gibson is playing. Those 3 names straight away, that gives you confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You've got Katie Jones, Nat Rafe, Neve Holland, Amanda Jade Wellington, Molly Robbins, Chloe Skelton. It does feel like there's quite a lot of depth within that lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. So the ball has been fixed, rectified, and Kopak comes in.
Smell still on a strike, and again it's down that leg side. She flicks it behind. It's going to chase away. Will it make the boundary rope? Yes, it does. Another boundary for Smell.
And that was no effort at all. So it shows how quick the outfield is here today. I think, she literally just glanced that off the hip, down to fine leg, and that's run away nicely for 4.
Yeah, we'll see it on the replay here. Okay, back to the live action. Smell on strike. Double figures now on 10. Kopak looking to respond. Much straighter delivery, and it's hit straight back to the bowler. And that rounds off the 3rd over.
Western Storm 14 without loss from 3, so we're still in power play here.
And Kopac's been bowling well. It's just those few odd ones that have drifted down the leg side. Smel's been able to punish and just use the pace to guide it down
Yep.
to that final leg region across the boundary rope. As you mentioned, minimal effort.
And I think it's that frustration as a bowler that you bowl 5 good ones, but the loose one, if it goes for 4, all that hard work and effort is futile. So, just need to tidy that up a bit, but obviously great for Storm. So Griffiths now on strike.
Finally getting the face of ball in what's felt like a long time. Face 4 delivery so far, 1 from it. She'll be itching to get in on the action.
Staying with Hancock. That's lovely shot. That was a lovely drive down mid and a single taken, but fantastic fielding there as well at mid.
It looks like it could be Joey Gardner, but just waiting for her to turn around and have a look. It is! I should have backed myself straight away. It is Jo Gardner, 14 on the back of her shirt. Again, another strong fielder, batting all-rounder. Switched from pace to spin recently as well, in the last couple of seasons, which has been an interesting change in her game.
Hancock coming in again. They've got quite an aggressive field, I think, here. So Hancock in wide, very wide, that one. But in terms of the field placement, I think, it's showing what Hancock's looking to do to try and tempt that batsman onto the onside, but, covering well. We've got slips, got cover, and so it's quite tight on that side. But there is a big gap, which as a batter, you see the gap, but you know that that's probably not the shot you should be playing because it's outswing and that's going against that. But at the moment, it's so loose, not really putting any pressure. Much better line there. Well defended.
Yeah, she found the line much better there. It felt like the ball before she put a bit too much into it, wasn't it? She pushed it down a little bit too far and that swing just took it away, whereas that one was much more towards the body line.
Yeah.
Getting the wickets in action, but nicely defended.
So Hancock coming in again. Again, it's loose, but fishing again. Need to just let those ones go. So Smell was tempted, but thankfully nothing came of that. I think as well, in terms of, just to talk a bit about the weather, like to talk about the weather, don't we? Picture's looking magnificent. The amount of rain that we've had in the last, what feels like eternity, but in the last few months, it's looking absolutely fantastic here at Sophia Gardens today. Okay, much better line from Hancock there. Again, Smell just a little stuck in a crease maybe. Just, bats slightly away from the body there. So I think she just needs to just be careful. So just probably having to think and saying, don't go for it, don't go for it. If it's easy to sit here and do that. But I think she recognises that those last 2 balls she should have probably just let go.
As we mentioned earlier, it's a relatively newer space for her to open the batting for the Storm, so
quick single taken to mids, safely in, well run.
So it's also adjusting to this new role as well, isn't it?
Definitely, and I think, having never been really an opener myself, I think it was thrusted upon me once. But yeah, I think, you want to build that foundation for your team. You want everybody you sat waiting next to come in to know that there's a good platform for them to then play their own roles. So yeah, these 2 have started very well. Commentator's curse, unfortunately. That is LBW. Griffiths is out, stuck in a crease, unable to get that one away. She tried to flick it off the hips, but that is what happens when, unfortunately, there's wide balls, and then one gets straight, you suddenly get caught out by it, and that is sadly what has happened to Griffiths today.
Yeah, so Griffiths departs for 2 runs. As you mentioned, Hancock was really getting a lot of different movement on there. It wasn't too consistent. It was keeping batters on their toes. And unfortunately, she's fallen short this time. Incoming batter, Western Storm captain Sophie Luff.
I think, Alex Griffiths would be massively frustrated with that. I think it looks like a really good track today. So she'll certainly be not pleased with that performance. But Sophie Luff coming into the crease now. So again, steady captain will be able to calm things down. Huge amount of experience, has been in Australia over the winter, continuing her cricket, so it is an all-round full-time job now for many of these players, so she'll be bringing all her years of experience out to the crease today, and be great for Smell to be batting with a captain as well. It just sort of helps calm things down, understand what the plan is now to go forward, how they're going to tackle the next 5-10 overs to again build that foundation back up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sophie Luff scored her highest list day score against the Sunrisers a couple of seasons ago, 157 not out, I think it was in the end. But Kopak returns for her 3rd over. She comes in, Smell politely defines that back for no run.
So you can always hear as well in the Sunrisers now and it was kind of building. It was subtly building. They could see that movement that was happening. So I think that's really lifted the team. They're a bit more vocal now. A bit more chatty in the batter's ear.
So Kopak looks to come into her 2nd delivery. Again, she's found that line much better now, getting that consistency.
Definitely, she's on the money now.
Smell on 11, and Luff at the non-striker's end, yet to face a delivery. So Storm 17 for 1 here at Sophia Gardens. Make sure you check out the Western Storm social media pages to follow the action there as well. As Kopak comes in.
Looped up a little bit there, tempting. Almost was a full toss, but a low full toss, but just dipped at the last minute. But Smale handled it well.
Yeah, she certainly did. It deceptively shot down then, didn't it?
It did. Just dipped right at the last minute.
Halfway through Kopak's 3rd over here. And again, a dot ball.
Smell looking solid though. Everything behind that, really well. Head position, good front forward foot, everything in line. Looking really solid actually, which is great to see.
Yeah, as we mentioned, she's defined herself as that kind of traditional classy batter, inspired by her grandpa. She's spoken about within BBC articles, within podcasts, Naughty Child podcast. She did an excellent interview on, I think it was last year. As Kopak comes in once more.
No run. Glided down to point, but no run taken.
But yeah, she's spoken a lot about that relationship. And also her brother Will has signed a contract with Glamorgan, as we are here as well, which is fascinating, isn't it, for 2027, the fact that they will have a professional women's team here. There could be, a professional women's player and a professional men's player from the same family playing for the same club.
Amazing.
Phenomenal.
Writes itself.
Kopak to Smell, flicks it off her leg, comes a little bit squarer this time, and they're going to have to run these up. Fielder's not actually going to get there. It's gone for another boundary. I thought the fielder was going to get there, but the ball just raced away at the end there. We'll see it on the replay, but another boundary for Smell.
Again, it's a quick outfield, so I think need to take advantage of that. But again, just a lovely flick off the pads, and that raced away for 4.
Yeah, and it helps, doesn't it? Building the pressure of those dot balls, but then if you can get a boundary away and over, it just relieves that pressure straight away.
Yeah, all pressure gone.
And that does bring the end of it over. So Storm are 21 for 1. Smell on 15, and Luff will be facing her first delivery here.
She will. Good chat in the middle.
And of course, Luff is from Somerset, our proud county as well. We both played for
Absolutely.
Somerset in the past. and Somerset are delighted to have one of the professional teams as well. So brilliant news for South West, but they'll have Glamorgan and Somerset as two hopefully thriving hubs for women's cricket.
So sticking with Hancock, she's bowled 2 overs for 6 runs and 1 wicket. Would be a lot less than 6 runs because a few of those were wides. So she hopefully is adjusting her line. But Sophie Luff now facing her first ball. Okay, quite a bit of movement there. I think that sort of kicked in a bit, so took Sophie by surprise a little bit, but handled it well.
I think it took you by surprise.
It
I
did.
a little, oh. We both kind of looked at each other and like, oh, yeah, that definitely was a welcome to the match, Sophie Luff, wasn't it?
Had a bit more zip in it, I think.
Definitely found the pitch and it popped right up, didn't it?
It did. Hancock comes in once more. Oh, that's wide, but Luff reaches out and there's scampering quickly for 2. It's gone past points. Fielders collects and throws that back in, but I think that was, it was wide enough to be able to give that a go safely. So, and that brings 2 up for Luff. So I think that helps calm the nerves. Once you've got some runs under your belt, it just calms everything down. But that was a nice loosener for Luff to get onto.
Yeah, I was too busy looking to see where the ball went to realise that she'd ran too. That was rapid between those two then. And we know that from Sophie Luff anyway. She is so quick between the sticks.
In comes Hancock. Again, slightly loose, but punched to cover, but no run taken. Connecting well already for Sophie Luff. She's finding the middle of the bat quite nicely there.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she's had increased opportunities now to, make cricket her professional career, to have those other opportunities to go to places like Australia. She's been very loyal to Somerset throughout her career.
Yeah. And in comes Hancock. Oh, that's a lot. That's a good recovery. Gives Sophie Luff a little bit of a smile there. That was nipping away, and again, just a little bit of extra zip in that one, and finding a line better. So, not consistent at the moment, but then when she does get it right, it's a play and a miss often. So I think batters need to be aware of that. That when it's on the money, they need to certainly be watching for that swing, and that as it hits the pitch, it's certainly zipping up a bit more. Hancock coming in again, and dead straight that one. So again, she's found the line. Coming towards the end of the over, she's finding it a bit better, but solid from Sophie Luff in her defence there. Yeah,
and as we were mentioning, so like previous times before the kind of professionalisation of the game, like Sophie Luff was playing for Somerset, they weren't always in the top division, etc. Was that the best for her game? She potentially could have and should have probably moved to have gained those extra experiences, whereas now she doesn't have to do that as a professional player for Western Storm. She's had the winter to be able to go abroad and test herself in different conditions.
Last ball, nipped away. Sophie Luff reached out for that one, and it did go down to slip, but fell fairly short, so was never in doubt. But she did look to sort of maybe edge that between backward point and around the slips. But that brings up the end of the over. So Western Storm are 23 for 1 off 6 overs. Sophie Smell is on 15 off 24, and Sophie Luff is 2 off 6.
Yeah, as we were saying, there's so much more opportunity to play just generally, and that helps massively.
I think now, for Sophie Luff, if you say Somerset, everyone says Sophie Luff. So, she's established herself as that head of Somerset cricket in the women's game, and rightly so. She's been fantastic for that county and continues to do so.
This Kopak returns for her 4th over of the day. Smell on strike. Pops up a little bit, tries to whip it away, but doesn't connect fully.
It was there to be hit for sure. It was slightly shorter, but just didn't quite come off, unfortunately. But looking, to play those attacking shots as well as those very solid defensive ones. But that was certainly the right one to have a go.
Kopak looks to bowl her second delivery of her 4th over. Smale on 15, facing up. And again, pushes it back for no run. But yeah, hopefully in terms of kind of Sophia Smale, she'll be kind of that face of Wales and face of Glamorgan in the future. You know, I don't know where she's going to end up, obviously. And she'll have to find some of within the 2 years prior to Glamorgan being professional. I don't know if she'd want to go to Glamorgan or whatever, but it seems like an amazing story that could happen there.
Definitely. And Kopak coming, thinking about it. Okay, back attacking the crease once more. It's a good line. She's got a good line there.
A direct hit to
the keeper almost had some bails in their face there, but yeah, good throw in.
Yeah, Mara Carr behind the stumps there for the Sunrisers, and she herself is a West Country girl from Devon, etc. Played the game there and also played across other counties within her career. It was always Luffy versus Mara Carr growing up, rival captains of close counties. Let's go back in once again. This time, Smale tries to pierce the field.
Great dive at point there. Certainly saved 2 or 3 runs. So Maddie Villiers diving to her right, reaching out, but a single taken to bring Sophie Luff onto strike. And she takes her guard. It's her first time at this end, so just wants to make sure she's got that right. Check of the pitch.
And as we mentioned before, Sunrisers are coming into this off the back of a successful tail end of last season in the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint trophy. So Kopak to Luff. Down leg. They're going to push one here. Let's see, did any bat happen, or is it going to be given a bye?
I think it's leg buys.
It looks like it should be.
Yeah.
What's umpire?
Leg buys, yeah. Just off the thigh pad, I think.
Umpire Anna Harris. Leg bye. So Storm 25 for 1. Just got a couple more deliveries in this 4th over by Kopak to round off the 7th overall. So neatly runs it in, finds more that middle and off line this time, which Smale keeps out for naught.
And end of the over. So Western Storm 25 for 1 off 7 overs. Wonder whether Sunrise might be thinking about a change soon. So still sticking with Hancock, but they might want to mix things up a bit quite soon. It's steady from Storm. There's, like I say, they're putting away the bad balls. So from a Sunriser's point of view, I think they probably think they're containing the first 10 overs really well at the moment.
Yeah, I'd absolutely say I think both sides would probably refer to this as steady.
Yeah.
And steady in very different ways.
So Sophie Luff on strike. Hancock coming in. Yeah. Straight first ball from Hancock, well fielded in from Maddie Villiers, like you say. She's certainly whipping around in that inner ring there, so be careful about taking a run there, but that's well played by Sophie Luff again, looking solid today. Still sticking with 2 slip fielders. Haven't really been any chances other than the last over. Sophie Luff sort of tried to glide one down as Hancock comes in again. Again straight, solid from Sophie Luff, back to the bowler. Again, looking to show probably that gap that the batter will be looking at. There's a lovely bat through the covers there, but the way that Hancock is bowling, that's probably not the shot to take, but that's what you try and do. You try and set a trap for the batter to lure them in. In comes Hancock again. A bit more, yeah. Tried to bounce her there. Did get up, not massively, but only one hand on the bat for Sophie Luff there, so I thought it might have done a bit more than it did, but no problems for her. She handled it well, but you could definitely see that Hancock put more into that, really put her back into it to try and get it right up into a bit of chin music, as we used to say.
Yeah, you can see what Sophie Luff wanted to do there afterwards. She pretended to hit back right over the top of where the river is and where the trees are behind.
Hancock comes in again. Yeah, well played. Down to point. Single quickly taken. Direct hit. Ball zips off but is collected by the fielder. But yeah, good run taken.
Good run taken, good bit of fielding, good cricket all round. So you talking about chin music and stuff. Was that your style of play?
Absolutely not. Off spin bowler. It occasionally moved. But I used to bowl it on the money, but it just didn't move much. But yeah, and I always used to forget to tell the wicketkeeper when I was trying to bowl my quicker one. She used to get very, very frustrated by that.
Who was the keeper at the time? Can you remember?
It was Colleen Rogers at the time, and she generally wasn't happy with me when I used to do that.
Oh.
That's down leg side. It's off the pads. They've run away. Carr collects and throws back in. That's a leg by. Brings Sophie Luff back on strike.
And you were talking about having an aggressive field. Is that something that you would try to do yourself, or?
I was probably quite traditional, actually.
Traditional?
Yeah. And again, that frustration bowled 5 really well, and then one would go for 4, and then try and cover that, which was never the right approach. But yeah, probably quite traditional in my field placings. In comes Hancock, last ball of the over. It's loose. Oh, it is edged. Have to stand up, a bit short, but there is someone down at deep. Collects it in and fields nicely. So that's 2 runs taken, but that almost carried, but it was wide of slip. But that brings up the end of the over. Western Storm 29 for 1 off 8 overs and brings Smale back on strike, who is 16 off 30 balls.
Yeah, a patient innings from Smale so far. As you mentioned before, hitting away the bad balls and seeing out the good ones. She'll want to probably pick up the pace a little bit at some point, but we're still early doors. No pressure at the minute. The main thing is building a partnership here with Luff now.
And they're both quite similar in their terms of approach of style when batting here. So you're absolutely right. As long as they're putting away those bad balls, they won't put any pressure on each other. But there will come a point where one of them will have to
Go
be
hard.
the accelerator. Because, like I say, we've got a fantastic batting lineup: Fran Wilson, Danny Gibson, Katie Jones. The next 3 in, you definitely want to be seeing them on a day like today, having a go out here. So there is a change of bowler at the, I'm going to call it the pavilion end, and it is Maddie Villiers coming on.
Yeah, a player was in the England ranks, lost her contract, etc. Has had a big involvement for the Sunrisers over the last few seasons. Someone who's gone a bit under the radar a little bit, considering how good she has been.
Yeah. So she's right arm off spin coming in for her first ball. Smale on strike. Nicely bowled.
And as you mentioned, you called it do they need a change? They've brought this change in now, taking the pace off, putting the pressure onto the batter now.
And it speeds things up again with the spinner. You don't have time to settle. So she's already into it. Yep, second ball through now.
I absolutely love how Sophia Smale just holds the shot afterwards.
Yeah.
It's like, yep, I hit that straight and I'm going to hold my pose.
So Villiers coming in once more. Oh, there is a bit of turn there actually, looking now at the screen. So there is a little nip off the seam there for her. But again, it's just that quick turnaround. We're on ball number 4. In comes Villiers. Nicely played. Straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, as you mentioned, already 4 balls in.
It's suddenly, as a batter, you don't have time to settle now. So, she's back in. Villiers. Played by Smale to point, but collected, fielded. Looking to be a maiden over here, straight for Villiers, straight start. Last ball of the over. Nicely played, but on the money. Looks like there's something out there for the bowler, which is good. But that brings up the end of that over with Western Storm 29 for 1 off 9 overs. Smale 16 off 36. And Luff 5 off 12. Will they look to make a change at the other end, or will they stick with Hancock?
Yeah,
Looks
let's
like
see.
Hancock might still be... I mean, she's 4 overs, 11 runs for 1 wicket. That's a good strong start.
Yeah, I think it looks to be that she will continue. Putting the pressure on from the river end. I came here a couple months ago actually to Glamorgan, to Sophia Gardens, for the cricket researchers group, which was really fascinating. And I'll tell you more in a second.
Hancock comes in.
Luff on strike.
Well bowled. Played just slightly off the hips, but Villiers straight on that. Whips into the wicketkeeper. No run taken.
Yeah, they were talking about how the ground here got kind of like, they had to move the river to make the ground work, and all of these fascinating stories. So I would definitely recommend having a look at the History Museum here at Sophia Gardens. They've got lots of online resources as well. But really interesting how they literally moved the land to make the ground work.
Yeah, incredible. And it is a beautiful setting here.
You forget that you're in a city.
You do. Hancock comes in. That's wide, leg side wide, given taken well by Carr behind the stumps though, diving off to a left. But that was very loose. Like I say, there is slight inconsistency here from Hancock.
Yeah, when she's on the money, as you said before, she really is on that money.
It's about building pressure. You want, if you let at least one go, that just makes the batter relax a bit more. We've already got, a couple of runs off the over. So it's just how you build that pressure.
Part of that's through her pace, which we'll see in a second. Luff is still on strike.
Ooh, yeah, punched back to the bowler who picks up, whips it in, but Sophie back in her ground.
That could have been a very cheeky run out if Luff wasn't switched on there.
I wasn't paying attention, yeah.
I suppose different percentages, isn't it? When people talk about, players and mindset, cricket brains, etc. She's bowled it, the ball's come straight back at her. Her first thought is, I'm going to throw it out the stumps.
Yeah, whip it in. Still sticking with 2 slips as well. So Hancock comes in again. Digs in a bit deeper for that one. Bit of a grunt on release, showing she's putting a bit more into it. But
And
well handled by Sophie Luff.
a definite no from Luff then. Yeah, you really do forget that you're in Cardiff here, because you've got beautiful trees, beautiful scenery. You can see the hills in the background as well. Right next to the park as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic day here today. In comes Hancock, halfway through her over. Oh, that's loose. So Luff thought about it, but probably rightly so, let that one go. But that was, again, just edging that blue line for almost a wide.
Yeah, I think Luff was probably feeling a bit disappointed, like, was that not wide?
It looked wide from where I was.
It looked wide from where I'm sat, but we're not the prime position here, are we, I
No.
guess, But she's certainly keeping these batters on their toes.
In comes Hancock.
Pace comes in again.
That's wide. Unfortunately, it's just drifted down leg, only slightly, but anything leg side is a wide ball, so that is another wide for the over for Hancock.
One thing that Sunrisers will want to work on, and of course this is day dot, isn't it? This is the first match of the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy competition for 2024. And you can see there is a little bit of this kind of rust that needs to come off a little bit. Need to tidy up some of these extras. So Hancock to Luff. This time finds the fielder.
Tried to whip that away. Just didn't quite get the angle right, unfortunately. But showing intent to, push these runs on.
So you're talking about your career, so England, the West and Somerset.
Yes, a very, very long time ago. But in comes Hancock. Oh, it's short and wide and picked up well by Sophie Luff. It's punched through just in front of point and they run an easy 2 runs there.
That's the end of the over. So Western Storm 33 for 1. Smale on 16 and Luff on 7.
Yeah, and if you're paying attention, there are plenty of other games going on as well. It's the opening day for the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Cup today. So Central Sparks are 35 for 1 against the Blaze. Northern Diamonds playing against Thunder. Thunder are 40 for 2. And South East Stars against Southern Vipers and are currently 50 for Outlaw. So live coverage of those on some YouTube channels and also on BBC Sport. So continuing obviously with Villiers, fantastic first over maiden comes into bowl. Playing a miss by Smale. Just looking to work it sort of between backward point and gully area. There is a slip in place. So a very close slip as well. Looped up a bit more. She's gone for a single, but no run in the end. She was sent back by Sophie Luff, and that was the right decision. There probably wasn't one on there, so...
Yeah, no, absolutely, definitely no run. And we should flag as well, that was the end of a power play, so field restrictions change now.
Villiers comes in again. Again, solid. Big front foot out for Smale there. Solid in her defence. But Villiers isn't hanging around. She's getting through her over as quickly as possible at the moment and trying to build that pressure. They've gone for a quick single. It's thrown to the... They've collided. Sophie Smale and Sophie Luff have collided as they've gone for a quick single. Sophie Smale falls to the ground and she has been run out. Looks like Sophie Luff may have injured herself in the process as well. So that is an awful way to get out, unfortunately. But yes, Sophia Smale is heading back to the pavilion. Just really unfortunate. They just weren't looking. I think Sophie Luff might be slightly winded by that collision. So the physios are out, but that is an awful way to go.
Yeah, Western Storm will be really disappointed. Sophia Smale and Sophie Luff, unfortunately, as you mentioned, just collided there as they were chasing down that quick single. For the Sunrisers, though, they'll be delighted with the removal of Sophia Smale.
So looking at the replay, so yeah, oof. So unfortunately, Smale was looking where the ball had gone. Sophie Luff had set off. They kind of clocked that they were almost going to hit each other, and Sophie Luff tried to dodge out right, but then Sophia Smale thought, I need to dodge out left, and they unfortunately collided. So yeah, that's never a fun way to get out at all. There's no fun way to get out, to be fair, but that is one of, the crushing blows. But hopefully Sophie Luff is okay. It does bring to the crease
Fran Wilson.
Fran Wilson. So again, these two have played together for a very long time. Sophie Luff and Wilson go way back in the county and up through the ranks as well. So I think this is a great partnership, and they just need to sort of, between them, just calm things down again, but also slightly need to get on with things a bit, don't you think?
Yeah, I think get on with things a little bit. I think at the minute, definitely that rebuild, nothing too silly at this point. Still plenty of overs to play for. So the main thing here is partnerships, and these two can definitely build a partnership. These two are the most experienced within the Western Storm squad. One of them has to score today.
Definitely. So Villiers comes in. Yeah, Luff defends that back. So that's a solid. She's probably still gathering herself. If you get slightly winded, it does take it out of you, so you just need to just take stock a bit.
Luff on strike. Flicks it away, but fielder is there.
And that brings the over. So a run out in that over. Western Storm 33 now for 2 off 11. Luff on 7 off 20 balls, and Wilson yet to face the ball, but is now on strike. Current run rate of 3.
It's an okay start, isn't it? It's an okay start. We were talking about a different scenario a second ago before the run out, obviously. And I think we would have just said steady again, wouldn't we? It's steady. It's nothing too alarming at this point. It is a little bit slow, but there's plenty of overs to build things together here. We've got 39 overs remaining. Wilson and Luff are both players who have gone on to score big for Western Storm, so we need one of them from a Western Storm perspective today to really fire.
So there is a change of bowler, so Hancock is finished for now, and in comes Jodie Grucock. Spin bowler, so they're going both ends with spin. She's a leg spin bowler, so we just look to see how much movement she might get off the pitch here. So Fran Wilson facing first ball.
And of course, as we mentioned the last time that these two sides met, Fran Wilson scored 56.
So in comes Grucock to Wilson. She's pulled away for a single, so Wilson straight off the crease. So just slightly loose from Grucock, but looks like it might be doing something though, so always good to see leg spin bowlers. So Grucock into Luff. Oh, that's a shout for, I think, LBW, but it was definitely drifting down leg from where I was. But yeah, it's again, it looks like the Sunrisers have got their tail ups here, which, you know, in comes Grucock again. A lot straighter that one, so that was well bowled. Interesting action.
Yeah, interesting action. A lot of pace off.
Yeah.
Really slowing it down, making the batters have to work for their runs here. Got to really wait and be patient. You can see Sophie Luff there getting a bit frustrated.
But no time to settle. Grucock's on a fifth ball already. Incoming to Luff. Oh, and she's been given. Sophie Luff has been given out LBW. So on the fifth ball of the over, looks like LBW's been given for Sophie. So Grucock straight into the mix there with a wicket off her first over. And Sunrisers are absolutely on the up at this point, Hannah.
Yep, absolutely. Sunrisers really piling pressure on now. Sophie Luff having to depart here for 7. Not what Western Storm would want from their perspective at all. Should be, though, Danny Gibson coming in next. So we'll wait and see if that's confirmed or not. See who's coming in next.
Does look like Danny Gibson.
It is Danny Gibson coming in next. That's brilliant news from a Storm perspective. Of course, she's been with England over the last few months, etc., across almost a year now, isn't it? It's crazy. It's really hard to think because it feels so long ago, but also not that long ago at the same time.
No.
But she's been in and around the England team, had a breakthrough summer.
Yeah. And whilst it's great to see Danny Gibson coming to the crease, not under these circumstances as a Western Storm fan, you know, Sophie Luff, you know, looking probably to anchor the innings a little bit and then push on and just be that steady batter for the others to come in and play their roles. But she is sadly departed and is back to the pavilion, so it does bring Danny Wilson to the crease. Oh, sorry, Danny Gibson to the crease.
I think you just merged both batters. It was brilliant.
Have a new name.
Yeah. Gibson and Wilson.
One ball left of the over, so Gibson to face the last ball off Grucock. And that's really well bowled. So Gibson looking to cut it, but hit and a miss. So end of the over. So Sunrisers, like I say, they are pumped now. They've got Western Storm 34 for 3 off 12 overs. So it's a great bowling change from both ends as well to bring 2 spinners on. So they are continuing with Villas at the pavilion end, with Wilson on strike, who is 1 off 1 ball. So these two really need to, I mean, again, they've played together for a long time. They know each other really well. But there really needs to be, you know, a solid effort for the next 8 to 10 overs from this pair to just build that innings back up for Western Storm.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 fresh faces in the middle. Really need to build something here.
So Villiers comes in. It's looped up just outside. Wilson plays it to point, but it's fielded, collected and thrown back in to the wicketkeeper.
And of course, Wilson, a couple of seasons ago, was playing for the Sunrisers, so she made the switch back to the West Country, her homeland.
And comes Villiers again. Second ball. Oh, Wilson had already adjusted her feet as soon as that came out of her hand, has absolutely swept that for 4, straight down to fine leg. But she premeditated that as soon as, Villiers hadn't even got, into her bowling arm, and Wilson had stepped across the stumps and just swept that away beautifully, which is what she can do. She can turn a good ball into a bad ball very quickly and sweep away for 4 runs. So that's a fantastic shot.
Yeah, and it's one of those shots that gives confidence, hopefully, into a next delivery, isn't it? It's get creative, take control. It's Villiers to Wilson. This time just digs it out a bit.
I think what's important here as well is, senior bats, you don't want to be nervous. You don't want to be like, oh, we need to just stay here and not get any runs, and then build pressure into yourself. So I think
100%.
Wilson's shown the right intent by playing her game, and again just cut that through point, scampering quickly for at least 2 runs here, collected and thrown back to the bowler's end. So that is a good 6 runs off the last 2 balls. So that just takes that pressure straight off the 2 new batters that have come in. And just shows the intent to Sunrisers as well of going, we might be 3 down in only 40, but that's not going to change the way they play. So in comes Villiers on the money, but well struck by Wilson, who's hitting the ball very well and seeing it very well, I think, here today, from the initial few balls that she's faced, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As we mentioned before, she's got that England experience. She's got a lot of county experience. She's got a lot of domestic experience across global franchises. She's now in her 30s with a lot to give back as well.
Last ball of the over, driven down the ground, but no run taken, but solid from Wilson, so that's a great over for her. And that's the end of the over. Western Storm 40 for 3 off 13 overs. Wilson 7 off 7. Gibson yet to score, only facing 1 run with 37 overs remaining.
Yeah, so as you said, it's a bit of a tricky situation at the minute, but this is an opportunity for these two to rebuild now. Only 13 overs have gone, 37 overs still remain, and there's plenty of opportunities for this game to take another twist and turn. That's what the 50 over format really is, isn't it? It's lots of different twists and turns. Who can get back in control? Who can be in the driving seat?
Absolutely.
And what we've just seen from Wilson there is that positive intent straight away. She's bringing in her experience and she's trying to take control of this match now. It's her responsibility, her maturity now that Storm need to pull from. So we've got Grucock back into the mix for her second over. Gibson on strike. It's floated.
Again, gives herself room. Plays it through the covers there for 1 run. Fielded. But, already I think, these two, they're very 2 attacking players. And you can already see that foot movement, that premeditation of just being able to open up all parts of the ground to play whatever the ball is. So bringing Wilson on to strike. She's swipes through that one, and it sort of has ended up down fine leg. That wasn't the intention at all, but a run was taken.
Yeah, I think the pace off that deceptiveness, getting the flight as well, it's really causing a few issues here. Grucock, England under-19s player, recently been in Sri Lanka.
Oh, it was going to be wide, but Gibson's got hold of it, and it's trickling down. Not got much pace on it, but they've taken 2 runs down to fine leg, and it's collected and thrown back into the wicketkeeper. But it would have been a wide if she hadn't connected, but an extra run there.
Yeah, so again, one of these youngsters with a ball in hand, exciting prospects for the game in the future, and certainly right now.
Ooh,
And she's gone up, and it's gone! Gibson has been called LBW. Grucock with her second wicket of the day. Gibson has to depart for free. Again, deceptive. A bit of flight, pace off. It's causing a lot of problems here for Storm.
And that was plumb. She was stuck in her crease there. When there was me saying the ball before, how much they're moving their feet really well. She just didn't move at all for that one. And it was just exactly looped up, and she just got stuck there. Absolutely plumb. No questions at all there. So Sadly, Danny Gibson also heading back to the changing rooms, having scored 3 runs, so probably nowhere near where she wanted to be today. But it does then bring to the crease Katie Jones.
Yep, Katie Jones coming in, and we've said it several times now, they need to rebuild. Unfortunately, Storm are in a bit of a sticky situation at the minute. Can they get themselves out of this hole? Sunrisers, from their perspective, they've bowled generally well. Yes, they've given away quite a few extras which they'll want to work on and, review. But they've been taking wickets at regular intervals. Grewcock now with 2. Impressive 1.4 overs bowled, 5 runs from it, 2 wickets already.
You're absolutely right. Someone, hopefully Wilson needs to just stay and bat through where possible. There's still 36 overs remaining. It's a really long time to rebuild, regather. They do bat deep. Western Storm do bat deep, which is good, but they just need to
stay there.
Yes. So in comes Grewcock. Oh. Sorry, that was a bit of a moment then. I was like, oh, please don't be another LBW. So, call for LBW, but it was not given. But Grewcock is right on it at the moment. So she's got 1 ball left of this over. That's well played. Well played by Jones in the end, but that is a great over from Grewcock. Very well bowled. Sunrisers absolutely pumped at the moment. Sprinting through to the next over, piling all that pressure back onto Storm. Currently 44 for 4 off 14 overs.
Yeah, the Sunrisers have done a brilliant preview ahead of this match as well, as did have Western Storm as well. I feel like the regions are really improving their kind of communications year by year as well, which has been brilliant to see. And I didn't realise that they've only been back a week from their under-19 tours to Sri Lanka. So Jodie Grewcock is returning from a week after touring apparently.
Yeah, excellent.
It feels like it was much longer ago. Again, my concept of time is awful today.
So Villiers still at the pavilion end, down to Wilson, who solidly bats that back.
So they've put here Jodie Grewcock and Amu Sarankumar, who is 12 today, returned from Sri Lanka last week after touring with England 19s.
Villiers or reverse sweep from Wilson, one of her go-to shots, absolutely paddled that away, down to third. It is collected. Feel that's going to be given a 4 from what I can see on the screen. I feel like the fielder may have touched that.
Yeah, she's just signalled as well.
Yeah, so it has been given as a 4, but it was good effort from the fielder. Just had touched the rope when she was trying to pull the ball back. So a lovely reverse sweep from Fran quite early on, which is always good to see. Her brilliant shot that she can play.
And fair play to the fielder as well, being honest. But it's hard to be deceptive when we have got cameras around here.
Okay, in comes Villiers again, just angled away down to gully and thrown back in, a single taken. So just showing the replay there of the fielder. So she does well, she did that bit well, and then as she's still over and then touched. So she did all the hard work but just didn't get her feet back inside the rope to then collect the ball.
Villiers back with ball in hand, halfway through her 4th over here at Sophia Gardens. Katie Jones on strike for this time. She flicks it behind as well.
On the full toss as well, got to reach right out forward. They've gone for 2.
She's got to dive here.
Oh, that's a big dive. She made it, she made a ground. So that's 2 taken, but that was a risky second run, I would say, but she did make her ground just.
Certainly risky, but it definitely paid off there. Jones remains on strike after that exciting 2. Villiers this time hits it away for a single.
Yeah, through to mid wicket. There was someone out deep, so an easy one there, collected and back in. So it's good rotation of strike here as well, which is again puts that extra pressure now back on the bowler. So it's just the balances just swing from left to right all the time. So while Sunrisers thought they were very much on the up, these two have definitely come in, shown their intent of rotating the strike, moving the feet to score runs as quickly as possible. So again, Wilson's moved right across the stumps there, has launched it down to fine, but it's only for 1 run, collected, thrown back in, and that's the end of the over. And Western Storm 53 for 4 off 15 overs. Wilson 14 off 12, so really looking to accelerate quite well there.
She found the gap from where the fielder was before. So Sunrise has made a change in the field as well, moved the fine leg around, and Fran Wilson thought, fine, I'm going to exploit that gap. Didn't quite get a hold of it as much as she wanted to, mind. Yeah, 53 for 4.
So keeps Wilson on strike. Still with Grucock, whose figures are impressive. 2 overs, 5 runs for 2 wickets. Set of really good field here as well, which I'll talk through in a second. So Grucock into Wilson, slightly wide, but Wilson's got a bit of bat on it. Wicketkeeper collects, direct hit, but Jones safely in her crease. So, oh, she's given it his leg byes. Okay. So Jones on strike. Grucock right on the money there, driven back down the ground, but no run. I'd be interested to know if we can find out the stats Grucock had in Sri Lanka, because she's been very impressed so far. So yeah, Jones has swept that across down to deep mid wicket, single taken.
Well, on the stats available on ESPN Cricinfo, she performed well with bat and ball. In the ODIs, it was 26 with the bat and went for 22 runs without a wicket though. 33 with the bat in another game against Australia.
So Grucock into Wilson, who's moved her feet down to the ground, driven that down to mid, but no run taken. But again, not going to get stuck in her crease, Wilson. She moves her feet really well, just to try and anticipate a bit more of where she wants to put the ball. So Grucock back in. Again, Wilson already out of her crease. Swiping a miss though, but she's, looking to sweep that. Again, stepped right across the stumps to try and create herself a bit more room in the angle of where she wants to place the ball. I think if I was Grucock, I'd be quite excited by the way I'm bowling at the moment. Making the batters really think and having to do something different. So Grucock, last ball of the over. Again, Wilson nicks it through, wicketkeeper takes it all along the ground, and that is the end of the over, with Western Storm 55 for 4 off 16 overs.
Yeah, oh my word, I thought that was going to come straight back into the stumps, and I thought she was going to play on.
She's definitely looking to sweep today, Fran. It's one of her go-to shots, and she's absolutely fantastic at it, and I think that's what she's looking to do, create those different angles and just sweep the ball where possible.
Yeah, definitely bringing a lot of energy to this innings, though. Giving us a bit of excitement, hasn't she?
Definitely. Taking
her expertise to the middle there. And you mentioned about Grucock, so looking on ESPN Cricinfo stats, she only picked up 1 wicket in Sri Lanka.
Villiers into Jones, who does a reverse sweep. That's given. It's LBW. She went for the reverse sweep and missed it, and she was straight in front of her stumps. Certainly looked out from here, unfortunately. So that is LBW. Jones out for 4 off 7 balls, looking to reverse sweep Maddie Villiers.
Yep, again, spin causing issues here for Storm. We'll see it on the replay now. And unfortunately, you can see that's plumb as it comes, unfortunately.
It certainly is. I think I probably would have wanted to...
Seeing it again here, look.
Yeah, absolutely plumb.
So Western Storm in a bit of trouble here. 55 for 5. Nat Rafe coming into the middle. And again, another batter. There is the batting depth here, but we don't need to see all of them yet. Only 16.1 overs gone, 33.5 overs to come. A lot of time. And time for these two, again, to take responsibility to build a partnership. We spoke about it at the start as well. The difficulty for Storm in the past has been these lack of partnerships that have been built. And unfortunately, we're seeing that here today at the moment. They need to turn it around now. We need to cement something.
Yeah. So wicketkeeper Nat Wraith comes to the crease. Right-handed bats, takes her guard. Villiers, that was the first ball of the wicket on the first ball of the over, so 5 more to come. So 5 for Wraith to get through. So in comes Villiers. It's beautifully driven down the ground. Absolutely fantastic shot to get off the mark, and it's gone for 4 runs. Take that.
Welcome to the crease, Nat Wraith. That was absolutely beautiful. Hopefully we'll get a replay now.
Drilled, absolutely drilled down the ground. Great connection. First ball. Thank you very much.
That's what we mean by intent. Absolutely beautiful shot. Possibly one of the shots of today
Definitely,
so far.
I'd definitely say shot of today. Yeah, Villiers in again to Wraith. Blocks well. Good front foot out.
So you love that. First ball comes in, absolutely pummels it away. Second ball, politely just defends it.
Yeah.
Sees it out.
Villiers in to Wraith. Again, planting that front foot forward. Looking to drive, to get on the front foot, I think, here for Wraith. She's looking to do that as much as possible so far. But Villiers is experienced, so she'll be playing with her length and stride into the crease. Again, driven through the fielder. They've gone for the quick single, throw it into the bowler's end. Goes through, but collected by fielders.
Good option for the quick single there. Put the field under pressure.
And Wraith get to the danger end, so she always knew she was going to get in, which is what you'd like. So last ball of the over, Wilson on strike. Wilson. Yep, just plays it nicely back down the ground, and that is the over. So another good over for Sunrisers and for Maddie Villiers.
Yeah, the spinners here in particular have been absolutely superb for the Sunrisers. Storm really struggling with that lack of pace. Whether it's what do you think they're struggling with at the minute? We'll have a ponder and let us know. Drop us a tweet, tag Western Storm, or you'll be able to find Kath and myself on Twitter. It won't be too difficult to find, but let us know what you're thinking at home. As Grewcock continues her spell here today at Sophia Gardens. She's bowled 3 overs so far for 6 runs with 2 wickets. An exciting prospect, been in Sri Lanka with the under-19 England's team. It's Grewcock to Wraith. Wraith gets it away but only finds a fielder. Dot ball. Exciting prospect. Widely discussed in some exciting previews that we've read this week. Again, flights it. There's another dot ball. Western Storm here in Cardiff, 64-5. Grewcock with her 3rd delivery of this over.
Good
Wraith.
foot moving. Ooh.
Yeah, I was about to
Driven.
say, yeah. Wraith
Driven that, but well fielded.
uses her feet.
Yeah. I hope the hands aren't too cold today, because that was absolutely drilled. To extra cover.
Yeah, Wraith's definitely brought some energy into the middle with her. I've been seeing some nice drives.
So change in the field there. So they've brought out slip for that drive. So they've got 2 very close cover fielders. So again, they obviously can see that Wraith's getting on the front foot, looking to drive through that. So they're now trying to block that route off. So Wraith tries to go the other side, but again fielded. But yeah, good tactics from Sunrisers here. Bring that slip out, put that pressure in on a slightly closer fielder to cut off those drives and close that gap, and they're now dropping out a deep extra cover. Drilled back to Grewcock. It's bowling really well. Again, good volume from the Sunrisers. Getting behind their bowler, who's having a fantastic spell. Grewcock, last ball of her over. Slightly wide, but edged away, but no run taken. So that is the end of the over. Another great over from Grewcock. Brings Western Storm to 60 for 5 off 18 overs. Wilson 14 off 17, and Nat Wraith 5 off 10 balls.
Yeah, Grewcock an excellent spell so far. There is that odd ball that just kind of drift down leg a little bit. But apart from that, she's been very consistent, offering different variations within that consistency as well.
So they're sticking with Villiers. So I've got some questions, Hannah, to ponder. So Grace Scrivens, I've heard lots of great things about this young up-and-coming captain. So Villiers into Wilson, blocked back. She's young. She's certainly a fantastic prospect. For me, captaining really well today. Made some good decisions.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you think she's doing?
Yeah, we'll have a look at this ball.
Villiers into Wilson. She's swept that down to fine. There is a fielder down there, but they're chasing hard. There's 2 runs here. Yeah, they've gone for 2. And well taken.
Yeah, I think she's certainly the fans' favourite, isn't she, in terms of thinking about the future and who you'd want to take over whenever that time comes. Lots of people have cited her. It kind of, I forget how young she actually is, because she's been spoken about a lot over the last kind of...
Villiers back to Wilson again, the same shot. She's sweeping it down there, just stepping across the stumps, paddling it round the corner, down to fine. They've gone for 2 again, and there's an easy 2 there, so again, well run. Yeah,
you can see the frustration in Villiers' face then, like, not again. But yeah, as you mentioned about Scrivens, as mentioned, fan favourite, it feels like she's been playing at this level for a lot longer than she actually has. She's only 20? If that's, I feel like she should be about 25, 26 by now, That's the kind of maturity that
Absolutely.
she kind of exudes. It's, someone who's been in the game and has been established for a very long time. But yeah, she's still so young.
So Villiers to Wilson. Fielding change to cut off that paddle sweep shot, which then opens up. So driven well by Wilson. But again, Scrivens there talking to Villiers. So Villiers experienced. But resetting that field for the bowler to cut off that paddle sweep shot that Wilson has played the last few balls. Villiers back in, and Wilson's chipped it up to mid, and it's been taken. It's an easy, simple catch. Massive frustration from Wilson there. She was playing brilliantly, but that was a gift, unfortunately, for the fielding side there. That just sat up, didn't get hold of it, and unfortunately she's been caught at mid and goes for 18 runs.
Yep, Jo Gardner with the catch there. Really simple. We'll see on the replay here. Look, didn't have to move much. I can't even speak. Went straight to her hands. That's what I was trying to say there.
Yeah. Just inside the inner ring, so she, almost felt like I hit the top of the bat. To be honest, she didn't get anywhere near middle on that, and yeah, Fran was looking fantastic today. So that is a huge blow for Western Storm, who again the consistency of wickets falling is unfortunately unable to build any sort of partnership across the team at the moment. So the fall of wickets seem to be coming sort of every 10 runs almost to a certain degree. So it brings Holland to the crease. So Western Storm currently 64 for 6 off 18.5 overs, Wraith on 5 off 10, and Holland new to the crease taking her guard with Maddie Villiers with 1 ball remaining of this over, and again also having a good spell at the moment. So last ball coming in, new batter at the crease. On the money, but well blocked by Holland, and that is the over.
Yeah, both spinners here picked up 2 wickets so far in their respective spells. Villiers has bowled 6 overs, 24 runs, 2 wickets, and Grucock, who we'll see coming back into the mix shortly, 4 overs, 6 runs, 2 wickets. So the way that they're bowling in partnership as well has been really exemplary.
I think, like I was saying earlier, I think just not letting the batter settle as a spinner, you look to get through your 6 balls as quickly as possible sometimes, but try not to rush it, but also just being quite quick, and that builds that extra pressure back onto the batters, and before you know it, we've gone through 4 or 5 overs, and you're suddenly thinking 64 for 6 off 19. It's not looking great for the Storm at the moment. So rightly so, continuing with Grucock. She comes in to Wraith, who blocks. So they're sticking with not having a slip fielder and padding out that cover area, so blocking off the drive of Wraith. exactly where that fielder is, pretty much. So, great field placements from Scrivens.
That's what you call bowling to your field.
Exactly that.
That's the definition. Just replay that clip.
Again, looking to move her feet, trying to, create herself some space, but just to create a different shot. But she is targeting that area, and it's blocked at the moment, so probably need to adjust. So Grucock in, and she's launched that one over mid. It's racing away. The fielder is in hot pursuit and will collect. So sliding stop, they've run 2 runs, but so 2 to Wraith. Probably slightly across the stumps, but I think, like I say, they've blocked off that drive in the cover for her, so it was the only route at the moment. And just over the inner ring of the cover fielder, who reached up high with her right hand, but I think she may have got a touch on it, but it did just go over. 1 run taken, bit risky, but you can see what Wraith's trying to do, but they are setting the field to counter it as well. So just if she was back on that circle, that would have been a catch, but she was just inside the circle line. So Grucock coming in, last ball of her over. Holland on strike. It's down leg. It will be a wide ball. So Holland gets another go. But Grucock bowling, other than that wide, bowling very well here today. Comes in again. Better line. Oh, well played by Holland. That was a call for yes, but sent back packing. Holland sent Wraith back, and that is the end of the over. So that is 68 for 6 off 20 overs. Western Storm with Wraith on 8 of 15. And Grucock currently 5 overs, 10 runs and 2 wickets. So having a fantastic spell. And, I'd certainly be continuing with her at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep that pressure on. And you were talking about Grace Scrivens before, about captaincy and how people, are calling for that natural progression in future years, whenever that may be. But she's had a very impressive last couple of months on tour with England A as well. So there's been so much cricket on the go at the minute. We've had the under-19s in Sri Lanka, we've had England A in New Zealand, we've had the senior team as well. We've also got the series coming up next month as well. There's so much international cricket.
It's great. Sticking with Villiers. So Villiers to Wraith. She cuts through point. There's no one at points. There's a deep fielder who collects, but just the 1 run taken.
Really nice shot there. But she, in terms of Scrivens, she's got a nice knock of 57 not out against New Zealand A. As one of the highlights from that tour.
Villiers to Holland, yet to get off the strike. Villiers comes in. So it's gone through down to fine leg. Not the intended shots, but it's 1 run, so it does get Holland off the mark for 1.
So Villiers to Wraith. Misses, plays and a miss, and there's that big and that heart-stopping moment of it's very, very close. Excellent bowling from Villiers there.
I can't help my sharp intakes of breath. Apologies, I just can't help it. So that was close. I thought she got a nick on that, but Villiers back to Wraith, who works it through just past square for a single.
I think Villiers also had the same reaction as you, to be honest. I think she thought all that is looking very interesting there. Sunrise is definitely in kind of pole position at the minute, putting the pressure on the Storm. 71 for 6. Holland on strike. Moves her feet, goes backwards. Finds the fielder. Holland, another young... Yeah, I can't speak today. I'm really struggling to talk, which is really problematic, isn't it? Holland, another young prospect. Played in the under-19s previously.
Last ball of the over, comes up down the crease slightly to get on the front foot, but it's a dot ball to end the over. So Western Storm 71 for 6 off 21 overs.
So Yeah, Holland was part of that World Cup group of last year. Scored, I think it was the first 50 of the, definitely of the England team, I believe, in that tournament.
We've got a few pockets of a crowd. Would we call it a crowd?
Yeah, there was definitely people beneath us.
In the sunny spot now. So again, if you are in Cardiff, so sticking with Grucock, slightly down leg, but I think the batter got something on it, so it wasn't given as a wide. But yeah, if you are in Cardiff, lovely day out here today. Please come along and support and watch some fantastic cricket. So Grucock to Wraith. She steps back into a crease and cuts it across for a single.
Yeah, it was people building within the ground here. They're just smattered all across, so it's quite difficult to kind of see everyone's all in different locations here.
Grucock in for the third ball of the over, driven down the ground by Holland, but no run.
Picked up by Jo Gardner again. She's been a bit of a magnet with the ball today. Keeps somehow finding her. Holland on strike. Grucock with ball in hand. And pace off again. It's just floating into the batter.
Yeah, for young shoulders, she's bowling brilliantly here today. Really thinking about what the next delivery is going to be, what the batter's doing, what she needs to throw in. So it comes in again, that's just a slight bit of drift as well. But again, dot ball, building the pressure. So only one off the over so far, one ball left to come. And last ball, and is blocked. And another great over from Grucock, who's currently 2 for 11 off 6 overs.
Grucock has been absolutely phenomenal, really tight here at Sophia Gardens. 6 overs, 11 runs, 2 wickets. Really economical. Building the pressure and striking with those 2 wickets.
And they're sticking with Villiers, I think it's a good move from Scrivens here. There's no reason to change anything at the moment. So I think, sticking with Villiers and, maybe bowl, one of them may bowl through. But yeah, I think in terms of decision made, it's a good one. So Villiers into Wraith, moves her feet and absolutely drills it down the ground. What a fantastic drive. It's slowing up a bit down this end, but it will hopefully make it. It does. 4 runs to Wraith. A beautiful drive down the ground. But a bit slower at this end of the pitch than the other side. So maybe where the water collects after. But that was a fantastic shot. Pierced the gap.
Seen it on the replay here, absolutely spectacular. As you mentioned, pierces the gap, races along, and you can just see it slowing to the line.
So Villiers back in again, front foot planted out from Wraith, but blocked back to Villiers. Good recovery from Villiers there.
Just a reminder as well that Grace Scrivens did win the toss and elected to field first. Here,
Villiers in again, blocked. Good recovery from Villiers. 4th ball of the over, slightly wider. Wraith went for it, but straight through to the keeper.
Just looking back at the scorecard for today as well. So Alex Griffiths had to depart for 2. LBW bowled Hancock.
Villiers in slightly down the leg. It's a wide ball. It's racing away. It is quicker down there, but the fielder will collect it, and they run 3 for 2 off that wide.
Yeah, Alex Griffiths 2, LBW by Hancock. Sophia Smell was run out. McGregor gets the credit for that one, but as we saw, it was a collision between Sophia Smell and Sophie Luff.
Villiers to Wraith, drills it back to Villiers.
Then we've had Sophie Luff LBW by Grucock, who's been bowling at the other end.
Hopefully the last ball for Villiers of this over. through to Wraith, who's absolutely launched it. Really picked that up. It's going to plug though because it is soggy down there, I think, but they are sprinting for 2 runs. Looking for the third, but the fielder collects and throws back in. But yeah. Didn't quite make it, but got hold of it. But I think it's just a bit soggy down in this bottom end of the pitch. So that does bring up the end of the over. Western Storm 81 for 6 off 26 overs. Wraith now currently on 17 off 26 balls, and Holland 1 off 9.
Yeah, so 17 is edging closer to the top scorer of today. Fran Wilson scored 18, but she was bowled. Villiers caught Gardner just a few overs ago. Danny Gibson, LBW Grewcock, Katie Jones, LBW Villiers, and then we've got Rafe and Holland in the mix here. Rafe on 15, Holland on 1, as Grewcock continues to Holland. We're looking for a quick single, right decision to do so as well. So as I'm kind of reading down that, a lot of LBWs on that scorecard really struggled against spin. And also, obviously, Hancock with the pace. She also got LBW with Griffiths early on, but
that fall of wickets, which we'll come on to, that middle section. So Grewcock through to Wraith, who cuts through to cover. There is someone deep out there. Oh, misfield, but still only the one run. But that middle section of Smale, Luff and Gibson, where those wickets were lost. Fall of wicket, 33 for 2, 34 for 3, then 44 for 4, and then 55 for 5. Luckily not 66 for 6, otherwise I'll be doing some lottery numbers tonight. But Grewcock, again, just threw for a dot ball. But it doesn't read well as a Storm fan at the moment, but they are looking to gather a bit here.
Yep, Holland on strike, currently on 2. Plays nicely but finds the fielder. But Grewcock is certainly having a day here. Bowling really well, causing a lot of problems for Storm, building both pressure but also taking wickets. And again, another ooh moment from the Sunrisers. You can really hear them, gasping at any opportunity here, full of excitement. For Storm, they just need to steady the ship, need to build a partnership. Can these two be the ones to do it? Strikes it back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. Storm 83 for 6 here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, where the sun is absolutely beaming down here on the opening round of the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The last kind of edition of it looking this way in terms of regional structures. So each of these regions want to go out with a bang here. Sunrisers have been cited as one of those kind of underdogs who could cause the disruption to the Vipers. Obviously, Southern Vipers have been the most prolific across all of the competitions within this regional era. And could the Sunrisers be the ones to disrupt it? Or can Western Storm do that as well?
Change of bowler at the pavilion end. So Villiers has finished 8 for 36 off 2 overs, and in comes number 88, Esme McGregor.
Because no one's mentioned Storm within any of these previews, therefore they would truly be the underdog story.
McGregor into Wraith. Again, they've got some good field placements here. That was a slightly loose opener, which Wraith did get hold of, but the cover area is well packed with fielders, so no way through that side at the moment.
Yep. McGregor, one of the academy stars as well, who's come through the ranks.
McGregor into Wraith. A lot straighter on that ball. Well bowled, straight back to the bowler.
I guess that has been the question so far, isn't it? Is who's going to end this regional era as champions? Will it be another Vipers title, or can someone challenge it?
It'd be nice if someone challenged it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here comes McGregor. Whipped away, but to the fielder.
That certainly would have hurt her. It was hit with force.
Yeah, I think got the inner thigh as well. Welcome to England, Nicola Hancock. Yeah. It's cold.
Yeah.
It's sunny, but it's cold. So that's going to sting a little bit.
It's McGregor to Rafe. Gets her arms through that, pierces a gap. It's going to race away. Will it make the boundary rope? It looks like it's going to. There's a chase on by the fielders, but it's gone for 4 runs. An excellent shot from Rafe once again. Takes her score to 22.
Just threw those arms with that. A lovely cut through the cover area. So, and again, there is a gap there, but it was that wide that she could find that gap between those 2 fielders who did chase well, because it is slowing up a bit in that corner. But yeah, lovely 4 again from Rafe.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular. From Western Storm perspective, just need more of that, you know? More of that calibre. Find those gaps. Put the pressure back onto Sunrisers. Rafe is facing up again. Again, she tries to find the gap and... excellent fielding.
Well fielded by Scrivens there.
She gave a fist pump to the air there because she was so impressed with her fielding then. I don't know if you caught that.
But no, it was a great dive. That certainly could have been, again, at least 3, may have gone for 4, but drilled by Rafe at 1 run scored.
Yeah, 100% that was going for 4 if she had not stopped that. There was no one there to protect her from behind, so...
So last ball of McGregor's first over. Comes into Holland. Pitch short. Oh, it's chipped up there. Untaken. Caught in bold. I mean, it pitched short and it just sat. So it dug in and just sat up, and that's a simple catch back to the bowler. So a caught in bold from McGregor from her first over. Not a great shot, unfortunately. But again, it just sometimes nothing you can do about those when they just sit up and you're already halfway through your shot. So it was just an absolute dolly catch for the bowler, who was thankfully still, paying attention and cut across to take that catch. So that is 88 for 7 for Western Storm now off 25 overs, and it is quick interval of drinks here at Sophia Gardens with Rafe on 23 off 32 runs, and it does bring to the crease Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yep, debut for the Storm in the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy. A lot of experience, a lot of overseas experience as well, which is exciting. One of those franchise players who has been in Barbados, has been in New Zealand, Australia, been everywhere, been in the 100. She's got a huge amount to offer the Storm, and it was interesting as well to hear some of the podcasts previewing this competition. So I think it was on Rosa Talks Ball, where I think it was Kelly Castle of the Sunrisers who was injured at the minute, unfortunately. So that's why we're not seeing her in the seam attack today. But I think she was saying how surprised she was to see Amanda Jade Wellington sign for the Storm, and they didn't expect that to happen, which is brilliant. If
you're like Western Storm now, you think, okay, what's the target we need to get to now that we can defend here? Readjust. Obviously, it seems that the spinners and taking the pace off the ball has worked well for Sunrisers. So will Western Storm be looking to do the same with, adjusting maybe their attack slightly or bringing in the spinners slightly quicker, one of which is obviously Amanda Jade Wellington with all that experience that you've spoken about. So, if I was Western Storm, I'd be hoping that we could get at least a 150 here today. Still a long way to go, but there's 7 down, so, they need to think about how they're going to get those runs sooner rather than later, but without losing hopefully any more wickets. Run rate has gone up to 3.52, but like I say, seven in the changing rooms at the moment, so certainly need to think about how they can get to 100 first. I think that's your first marker, and then push on from that. There's still loads of time, 25 overs still to go. Someone could have an amazing innings here, start afresh. Have you just written the story here? Is it going to be a huge performance on debut from Amanda Jade Wellington, or is Nat Rafe going to turn that 23 into something special? She's done it before. Can she do it again here today? So Grucock still at the river end, 7 overs for 13 off for 2 wickets. So I think they're probably going to bowl Grucock through. So Rafe on strike, and drinks finished, and we are back in play. Grucock into Rafe, slightly wider, but she leaves it. It is a wide ball, well left. Again, they're trying to cut off that drive through the covers that Rafe has been playing so well. Grucock in. Solid defence from Rafe. No run.
And she's bowling very well here today at Sophia Gardens.
Grucock in again to Rafe. Down leg, so it will be given a wide.
It's just,
Shoulder might be a bit tired at the moment, so it's dropping slightly, I think.
yeah, it's just that odd one down leg now and again, isn't it? Is that like an intentional, or is it, as you mentioned, an error in delivery?
I mean, if they've only just been back a week from Sri Lanka, I imagine that arm might be a bit sore, but she's back on the money there. Oh, a swing from Rafe. It does get through the fielder and well backed up and fielded for one run, but that was a bit of a slog. But it went along the ground.
And it will bring Amanda Jade Wellington her first delivery in Western Storm colours in the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Takes her guard, having a look around. First ball to be faced from McGregor. And nicked away. Got through the keeper, it's run away just for the one. Are they going to take two? No, rightly decide against taking the second run. But she's off the mark.
Yeah, with
Says one in the book.
cheeky little toe edge through the legs of Amara Carr. Nutmeg, 20p please.
Okay, Grucock. Yep. Back where she needs to be. So solid defence from Rafe there.
Just for 16 runs from Grucock's 7 and a bit overs so far.
Yep, edged through. Just out to go, but fielded, collected, one run taken from Rafe. Wellington back on strike. Potentially the last ball of the over. Maybe Grucock's a bit tired, might give her a break. We'll see. Last ball coming in. Back on the money. Blocked by Amanda Jade Wellington. End of the over. Western Storm 93 for 7 off 26 overs. Rafe 125 off 36. And Wellington, her first run off 2 balls.
Yep, so that score's definitely ticking over now, but it's that wickets column where the real concern is. We can see on the live stream at the minute, I'd love to be there. I wonder what they're having a conversation about, but there's a lot of kind of animated, like, we can do this, and there's a lot of, you know, hand movements and smiling, so there's definitely must be some positive intent in the middle there. What's your thoughts on player mics?
I love it.
Do you?
I do. I really like it.
See, I'd be so interested if we could like hook up a mic and hear what they're saying, but
Yeah.
I don't know, from a player's perspective, from talking to players, I appreciate it's a bit of a distraction to their performance, but it's what the game is, isn't it? Is it an entertainment or is it a performance focus?
Yeah.
But McGregor's back into the mix. Rafe facing again, tries to pierce the gap, finds the fielder instead. Nice front foot drive nonetheless. But yeah, it's one of those things, especially kind of in the 100, isn't it? You see it a lot more with like the cameras and everything else.
And the helmet
cam.
must be quite distracting for a batter potentially, but it's great to get that perspective.
Yeah, from a fan point of
From
view.
a fan point of view, yeah.
Yeah, it's brilliant. But are we seeing too much of the behind the scenes and what goes on as McGregor to Rafe finds a fielder, no run. Yeah, I do wonder, it's like how much do we, because before kind of the, you know, they'd call it like the backstage, the behind the scenes was very kind of prized and it was very hidden, and you know, fans didn't know too much about what went on behind the scenes, whereas now it's very kind of transparent. And you feel part of that, I guess, in terms of the different documentaries that are going out, and
some great documentaries out at the moment, so come on to those.
McGregor to Rafe
It's
once
wide,
more.
yeah. Beautiful shot, but just for the one run.
Yep.
But lovely cut through the deep extra cover there.
Yep, Maddie Villiers out there doing the mopping up. But yeah, I've obviously probably seen the Thunder documentary. That one came out, but there's loads across different sports, across all the different kind of platforms these days in there, so you really get a sense of what goes on behind the scenes.
I think growing up, for me, that was always the fascinating part of, you know, the behind the scenes. So McGregor coming in to Amanda Jade Wellington, faces her first ball, and reaches out but does block it. But yeah, I think you want to know, as a young aspiring cricketer now, you want to know what your favourite player eats. You want to know what their routine is on a training day. So I think it's to get those behind the scenes is really great for youngsters coming up through who want to play cricket is a profession now.
It's McGregor to Wellington. Put down leg. It's going to be called wide. So it'll have to be re-bowled. But yeah, no, it's fascinating because it's like that impact on players as well in terms of increasingly being more visible, increasingly having wider expectations, increasingly being captured within what was private spaces. It's really interesting for these players to navigate. It's a very different era to, I guess, the era that you played in.
I don't think it was social media in the era I played in. So McGregor coming in, 5th ball of her over. Wellington again drills that down to mid, but it is well fielded, but a good connection.
So in terms of the era that you did play, what was it like both playing for England? Let's start with England. What was it like playing for England? Was there much media coverage? Did you feel recognised and respected for playing at that top level?
I think, when I was playing, which was mid-90s, it wasn't recognised. I think newspaper coverage was quite good. We had a column in the newspaper, and there was certainly some stuff in magazines. But in terms of profile in the wider media on sports channels, it was just non-existent for us for a long time. And then obviously, McGregor coming in to manage Jay Wellington, and then I think when Sky Sports picked it up.
Yeah.
So we are talking 20 plus years ago now.
I think it was about 98 was the first match on Sky for an England women's match.
So I think that was the turning point.
Yeah.
And it was probably a slow burn, and I think it wasn't well recognised. But just getting that platform, that's the hardest part, to get the platform. You can then push on from it, and how the game has grown. And through the brilliance of the players like your Charlotte Edwardses that have come through, Claire Taylors, all of those players that created that profile for women's cricket, made it accessible, and then go on to do, Charlotte Edwards obviously a fantastic coach now, but I think that profile that they created at that time in the late 90s, is the reason why we're here today.
Yeah, absolutely. As Grucock continues, and Rafe also continues with her sterling hitting. It's going to race away to a boundary. A beautiful shot again, driving through the gap. Brings her score to 30, and we're going to see it on the replay here. So, moves her feet across and just finds that gap beautifully.
Yeah, it was, like I said, it was slightly drifting again, so it meant that Rafe could move her feet and never in danger of anything, going to change there. So, just opened up that gap that's available. So, they are tactically trying to block off the cover drives of Rafe, but looks like she's got a 360 hitting circle, so I think this might be one over too many for Grucock, but we will see.
This time a dot ball. Storm are on 99 for 7. Creeping closer to that 100. Are we calling it the first landmark or the second? Is 50 something you want to aim more than 50? I would say 100 the first step, isn't it? It's gone in the air.
Yeah,
over top.
Over mid. Lovely shot from Rafe. Races away for 4. Over mid off. Lovely drive. Lofted over that inner circle.
And it brings up Storm's 100. So Storm are now 103 for 7. Let's have a look at the shot again. Beautifully played over the top. Admired it for a little bit, because she realised that she didn't have to run for it. Absolutely spectacular from Rafe. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say 8 already off 3 balls for Grucock. So she's had, like I say, she's been bowling brilliantly. Is this maybe just the one over too many for her based on the last one? But she may be able to pull it back. But 8 off the first 3 balls.
So Rafe continuing to face, waits for it this time and tries to guide it through, but finds a fielder. And she's certainly Storm's top scorer today so far, 34. As we mentioned earlier, the batters have struggled here today, especially against spin of Villiers and Grucock in partnership.
Grucock in. Rafe sends it back to the bowler. Run rate is creeping up, 3.7.
Change in the field. As Rafe faces.
Lovely drive down
Beautiful
the ground.
shot.
Yeah, lovely drive down the ground for one. That is the end of the over. So Western Storm 104 for 7 off 28. Grucock 9 overs, 27 runs and 2 wickets. Looks like they might bowl her out, but we will see. But yeah, Rafe 35 off 45, so doing well. And like she just needs to stay there for a good another 5-10 overs would be fantastic. So there's 23 overs remaining, so still plenty of time. If these two can put a great partnership together, even if it's just Wellington anchoring at one end and let Rafe do a thing, then that's great as well.
That's exactly what Storm need at this point, isn't it? They haven't got the opportunity to be too risky at this stage. One of them has to kind of take a little step back, allow the other one to take control. And that person at the minute is certainly Nat Rafe, 35 for her at present, 360.
So McGregor into Rafe. Absolutely launched. Not going to quite carry. It's definitely gone for 4 though. She's hoiked that. That's not fair. She absolutely did a brilliant shot there across the deep. And 4.
That was
easy 4.
Absolutely spectacular. I was getting ready to say, oh my god, it's the first 6 of the innings.
It's close.
But unfortunately it did just fall a little bit short, and it did plug it, like you say, it is a bit soggy on that area of the pitch, and it does plug, but it definitely went away for 4. She put enough on it to make sure that it did, that's for sure.
McGregor back into Rafe. Good recovery. Dot ball.
And well respected. Rafe's really playing smart here. Taking on that responsibility, much needed responsibility for Storm. They are 7 down. As we mentioned previously, struggled against the spin. A lot of LBW dismissals today, almost exclusively, apart from run out. Sophia Smell collided with Sophie Luff. Run out caused by McGregor. Is her name in the book anyway. She's getting the credit for that one.
So McGregor into Rafe. Full toss. She's pulled that away. There is a fielder out there, so it's just backward of square or just in front of square, but a single taken. 5 coming off the first 3 balls. Amanda J. Wellington now on strike.
And we were talking earlier about your career and experiences, media coverage.
I thought we'd moved on from that.
We spoke about England. Let's talk about the West, because obviously the way that the regions are structured, it is kind of like the Old West, right? So Western Storm basically does cover the region that you were playing at the time as the West.
It does. So McGregor into Wellington. Again, chipped over the inner ring for Wellington there, looking for 2. Yes, they've gone for it, and well in.
Yep,
Slight hesitation, but easy 2.
I'm not sure what the hesitation was about.
No,
it's clearly a 2. And they're laughing in the middle there now, so that's fine. But yeah, so tell us about the West in its previous era.
I'm that old, yeah. I mean, it was a collection from Devon, Somerset, Gloucester, Wales, McGregor into Wellington. Again, slightly full. It's pulled away to just in front of square for a single for Wellington. You used to, it was a collection of those counties before they then became independent counties in their own right. So, all the best players from those parts of the country. So it was a great coming together of, people from Devon and from Cornwall, from Wales, from Somerset, from Gloucester. So it was a great team to be part of. And what I love about it is the evolution of cricket that those counties then became into their own, which just shows how big the game has got, and rightly so. Again, McGregor into Rafe. It's chipped just down the ground, but for a single. So good rotation here. So 8 off that over, 9 off that over.
And it was 9 off the over before as well, so consistently putting the pressure on here.
Yeah. Again, that run rate's creeping now at 3.9. To get that up to 4. Western Storm 113 for 7 off 29 overs. Rafe now doing well on 41 for 49 balls. Wellington 4 off 7. So I think they are bowling Grucock out. It looks like they are. Umpires just coming together. Might be Just to check on the ball again. I'm not sure, but all seems well.
Yep, so as you were saying, sorry about the West. So it was a great collective effort from all these different counties, and it was nice to see the counties then kind of split into counties. And then I think it was the important distinction with this tiered section, which we'll come on to in a second. Don't want to miss this delivery, because Grewcock looks to be
bowling
continuing.
Last over from Grewcock. So this is a 10th over into Wraith. Yes, it's through the fielder, so they have put that fielder there for that drive, but it was drilled quite hard and has gone through the fielder's hands for a single.
Yeah, so you're talking about kind of the counties and everything. I think it's important within this tiered section. County cricket has not disappeared whilst these regions have existed. For example, in this region, Somerset has had a women's team that is just not professional.
Yes.
So I think it's really important not to erase any of the history that comes before that.
Totally agree, yeah.
Because a lot of county cricket has been going on, not as much as there was potentially previously, and especially rain affected last year, there was barely any county matches really got on.
Grewcock. Oh, it's absolutely... Oh, it's a great catch from Scrivens. Wellington just didn't get hold of it. I thought it was going to go over. It looked like from here it might have just chipped over, but it hit the bottom of the bat, and Scrivens takes a great diving catch just on the inside of the ring at mid. So Wellington did come out of a crease, thought she'd got a hold of it, but just didn't have enough legs on it, unfortunately, and a great catch from Scrivens there. Brings the 8th wicket for Storm. So Storm currently now 114 for 8, with Molly Robbins coming to the crease.
Yeah, the only bit of reassurance for Storm, I guess, is that Rafe is here on 42. Robbins comes in. This has been a real dominant performance with the ball from Sunrisers. They have bowled very well. As we mentioned, there has been a few extras that could have been tidied up, but nonetheless, they've been really consistent.
And they just haven't let Storm settle. No. So I think, the wickets have come so frequently that no batter has got to build a partnership with someone else. Wraith's going brilliantly, and let's hope that the next two can at least stay around to support her in that role, because she could easily push on to 60 or 70 quite quickly. So we just need someone to just stay with her, let her play her game, and just anchor the other innings as best as possible. But it does mean that Grewcock picks up another wicket. So currently 9.2 overs, 3 wickets for 28 runs. So a great spell from the young Grewcock here today.
Yeah, she's bowled absolutely brilliantly, and the overall unit as well, especially considering they are out without the likes of kind of Kelly Castle within the mix as well. A few injuries within the Sunrisers team. It's good to see the academy players who have had experience within the Sunrisers previously as well within the senior squad, but it's good to see them really taking their spots.
So Grewcock to Robbins, who lets that one go. Just watching it. Eyes the first one. Again, quite a, change in the field. So they are looking just to put someone back in slip. And again, out of point, they've put an extra person in cover just to cut off that drive where possible. So you could cut through to point, but the way McGregor's bowling, not easy. No, they're not happy with that. They're changing it slightly, changing the field around slightly, but all is well now. Grewcock back in exactly where that fielder just moved to. So good positional.
Again, bowling to your field.
Yeah. 2 balls left to come in this brilliant spell by Grewcock. Yeah. Well played by Robbins. She's just watching it in at the moment, just playing the defensive role. Last ball of this over that sees Grewcock bowl out at 10 overs. And it finishes on a dot ball. So that's fantastic figures by Grewcock. 10 overs, 28 runs for 3 wickets, and 3 crucial wickets, key wickets in the play as well. So she should be very pleased with that to bowl through.
Yep, she took the wicket of Sophie Luff, LBW. She took the wicket of Danielle Gibson, LBW. And she also got Amanda Jade Wellington as well.
I think I'd be happy with that 3, wouldn't you? 3 pretty impressive scalps to get.
So, yeah, if you're looking at the Western Storm batting kind of department and the status of where they've played, the amount of experience they've got, she's definitely removed some of the most experienced players there.
Yeah. So that brings Storm 114 for 8 off 30 overs. Change of the bowling. So they are bringing back in Hancock at the pavilion end. So change of ends for Hancock as well, who comes back in. So yeah, Hancock to come into Wraith. Change in pace as well. So obviously something for Wraith to get used to. She's been playing quite a bit of spin in the last 10 overs. So change of pace. Umpire just letting Hancock know that she's slightly on the line there. So she just needs to be careful with her front foot. Change of ends can often do that. It can often set you in a different way. But Hancock has a smile on her face. Returns to the start of her run-up. Looking to come in, bring back a bit of pace here. Wraith on strike. And she's launched that. Oh, it's someone diving in the deep end. It's a great catch. Just behind backward of scare. Wraith did get hold of it, but there was a fielder out there just the inside of the boundary. And Wraith has gone for 42. So the change of bowling has brought about another wicket for Sunrisers. And Wraith, unfortunately, is now heading back to the pavilion with Western Storm now 114 for 9, with only one batter left to come in.
Yep, a very disappointing batting overall performance from Western Storm. Wraith was kind of that last hope. 42, a stellar score, but in the grand scheme of things, needed her to just stay in a little bit longer.
I mean, she got hold of it, but there was a player, there was a fielder there. So, yeah, again, great positional play from Sunrisers and from Scrivens and her captaincy. But a great innings from Wraith as well, who did, have pushed Western Storm on a bit, and they've got a bit of a total now, something to defend. They can get another 15 to 20 runs here. Just gives you something to hold on to. Probably won't be enough, but that mindset is important. If you can get to 130, 140, it's just that extra bit of runs for you to, take to the Sunrisers when they come out to bat later today.
Yeah, 100%. It is that kind of scoreboard pressure as such, isn't it? It's making it a little bit more convincing than what it currently stands at. But it has been very disappointing. I think it'll be something that Storm will be looking back at, especially how they play spin in particular.
So that brings to the crease the final batter for Western Storm, Chloe Skelton. Right-handed bats. Hancock with 4 balls left to come at this new batter from the pavilion end. So Hancock, tail up, comes in. It's a great ball. Great first ball, but well dug out there by Skelton.
2 fresh faces with Skelton and Robbins here. And they have got plenty of time. We've got 19 overs to experience. So if they want to go on and experience something fantastic, this is the time to do it.
Yeah. Sunrisers absolutely looking to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Get rested before coming back out. So Hancock into Skelton. Oh, that's caught behind. She's got the final wicket of the Western Storm innings. There was a bit more pace in that one. Skelton played and missed, nicked it. The wicket-keeper, Amarika, has taken a simple catch from behind the stumps. And that does, unfortunately, bring Western Storm's innings to a close, where they end on 114, all out of 30 overs.
Yeah, we see it on the replay now. As you can see, edged behind, caught, Carr, bowled, Hancock. 30.4 overs gone. Disappointing not to be able to bat out the full innings here from a Storm perspective. They've had Danny Gibson at their disposal today. Unfortunately, she didn't kick on and do much. The experience of Luff, Wilson. We thought we had an opening glimpse of Sophia Smell. She was looking really good until that unfortunate run out. Sometimes the luck doesn't fall on you.
It doesn't. Yeah, let's take nothing away from Sunrisers. They've really attacked this. Won the toss, fielded first. Turns out to be a great decision. Some fantastic key bowling changes to take those vital wickets for Western Storm. So taking nothing away from Sunrisers, they've really approached today's first game of the tournament really well. And some of the bowling figures here: Kopak 4 overs, 16 runs, no wickets. Hancock 5.4 overs, 15 runs for 3 wickets. Villiers 8 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, 2 wickets. Grucock 10 overs, bowled a through, 1 maiden, 28 runs and taken 3 wickets. And McGregor 3 overs, 16 runs and 1 wicket. So sharing the spoils there, but good tactical bowling changes that really came unstuck for Western Storm, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was, as you mentioned, in terms of Grace Scrivens, she's started how she ended last summer, taking the helm and taking this team in a completely different direction. Could you imagine a few years ago we'd be talking about the Sunrisers as being so dominant? There's been a real change in the tides for them, and it's been brilliant to see that development and building that momentum season upon season now. So Western Storm are going to have a difficult challenge to defend this. It's not impossible.
No.
It's now up to them, and their bowlers have got a huge responsibility to come out here and respond now.
Yeah. It's game of two halves. Cricket's game of two halves. But we will be taking our break now, and play resumes at 5 minutes past 1. So we will catch you all later. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Western Storm live stream. We're here at Sophia Gardens, where Western Storm are looking to defend 114. So it'll be 115 for the Sunrisers to chase to victory. We'll go through the first innings quickly. So, Kath, talk me through the scorecard in that first innings, just a bit of a summary.
So, unfortunately for Western Storm, they just didn't get any partnerships going. So the wickets did fall at regular intervals throughout their innings, other than Nat Wraith, who scored an excellent 42 and stayed for 52 balls. Unfortunately, every sort of 10 or so runs, wickets fell, which meant that Western Storm just didn't get going when they needed to. So unfortunately, like you say, all balled out for 114. But they are taking to the field now. So the batters are already out. We are opening with Scrivens and Dowse. So Scrivens captained the fielding part of her innings extremely well today. So we'll see who we are opening with Western Storm in a minute as they take the field. But the sun is still shining. I think I would be all out attack if I was Sophie Luff. I think I'd just absolutely go for it in the first 5 overs. Maybe I'd be tempted to open maybe with a bit of spin. So we will see what she does. It looks like she might be opening with Molly Robbins. It looks like Molly Robbins, actually. So Molly Robbins opening from the river end with left-hander Scrivens facing, looking to take her guard. One slip in place and some quite tight field. They're just sort of getting their formation sorted, but quite strong on the drive side for Scrivens, so that area is quite packed. Deep out on the boundary, so deep backward square in place and two mids. So yeah, looking to be quite attacking straight from the get-go. And like I say, Robbins opening from the river end to start us off in the second innings.
Yep, so it was 2 batters. As we mentioned before, Grace Scrivens is still a youngster, 20 years old. These two, Ariana Dowse and Grace Scrivens, in the penultimate match of last year, did put on a 200 partnership, so definitely a threat here against Western Storm. So Scrivens scored 107 in that match and Dowse 105. As Robbins comes in first delivery. Attacked well, but goes to a fielder. But yeah, these 2 young batters can certainly do the damage. So Storm will be hoping to pick up an early wicket here.
Definitely, and they've started loud, started vocal, which is what you want. You want to just pile a bit of extra pressure. Not a lot of runs to play with here today, so straight from ball 1, you need to be vocal. So in comes Robbins again. Well bowled, but left by Scrivens.
And of course, Scrivens left-hander, so a bit of a rarity within the women's game.
We obviously know how she bats. If you look at how they've padded out this area. So one slip, short sort of fly slip, deep gully slip, and a point. So that's one of her playing areas, which she hits straight to point, right on cue. So that's clearly where her strength is in that area, punching maybe off the back foot or the late cuts. So I think, Storm are looking to build that pressure by not allowing her to score where she normally would by the looks of things.
Mm-hmm. And talking of other left-handers, we'll have Emma Godman joining us once we hit about 5 overs. She's going to be joining the comms team. Left-hander for Wales, playing tomorrow against Gloucester.
And Robbins in again, straight, driven down the ground by Scrivens, but no run.
So we were talking earlier about the new regional structure, the new county structure within this regional era coming to an end. And Emma is someone who's been playing within the county system for quite some time, so we'll hear some of her stories later on.
And Mullins comes in. Well, yeah, straight to Fran Wilson in the gully area. Again, dot ball, so good pressure so far.
So I was getting distracted then because there must be a story to be had here. you've been presented with a Welsh fire top, it seems.
I have, from the one and only Amy Rees, Director of Women's Cricket at Glamorgan.
And recent award winner.
Might have to get her on the mic.
I think we should, to be honest.
And that's the last ball of the over. So maiden to start. So a good strong start there for Storm. Maiden over.
And what we'll do is introduce Amy onto a mic a second. So I'm going to take a step back and you can talk all things cricket, and especially Welsh cricket.
So, second over, they are going with spin, which was what I was hoping. So, Sophia Smale, a Welsh girl. Timely that Amy Rees has just donned on the headphones. Welcome, Amy. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
Thoughts so far?
Well, it's been a tough morning, I think, for Storm. Hopefully the bowling and the fielding are going to make up for that now.
So, Sophia Smale's come through the ranks of Wales. Great story that we've got around Smale, so we'll come on to that in a second. But for me, I'd absolutely be opening with spin hit today because that has got the wickets for Sunrisers. So Smale comes in for her first ball to Dowes. Dot ball to start. Again, good chatter from Western Storm. Helps build that pressure for the batters. Smale in for the second ball on the money, just nudged off the hip. Looking for a single, but no run taken. Tight in there. And the Sunrisers, two batters will know about that because Western Storm are really loud and chatty, which is good. Third ball of the over. It's slightly wide. Missed and not taken by the keeper, but no edge. So the good part of opening with spinners is putting that extra quickness into each ball, so the batter can't really settle on the first and second over. So driven down the ground, but no run taken. 4 dot balls so far for Smale. Sunrisers yet to get off the mark. Dropped in a little shorter, but again, dot ball. Gibson in there close. Good throw into the wicketkeeper. So Amy, I'm teeing you up some questions in a second, so
Can't wait.
brace. Last ball of this over from Smale. Finishing, well bowled, finishing on a dot ball. So, a few Welsh girls in the Western Storm side. Talk a bit more about Smale and Alex Griffiths that are with you.
Yeah. So they both of them actually were 8 years of age when they started playing for Wales, which was, a bit of a while ago now. But look, even at that age, you could see that they had huge promise, huge potential, and look, they got the opportunity now to play professional cricket. And at the time when they started playing, that didn't exist. So the game has moved on significantly. And look, I was here this morning, and you watch Smale and Griffiths walk out to the middle and bat for Western Storm as professional cricketers, and that's something that makes me really proud.
Absolutely.
To be able to say that.
So Robbins into Scrivens. Again, dot ball, well bowled. And in terms of women's and girls cricket in Wales at the moment, is that in a positive place?
Oh yeah, I think, look, it has to be in a positive place for the news to have come out this week that we will have Tier 1 status by the latest to 2027. If it wasn't, then we wouldn't have that opportunity.
So cut away from Scrivens to points, but again, no runs. So good pressure building here from Western Storm. So yeah, Tier 1 announcement, obviously maybe slight disappointment to not get first dibs, but you are guaranteed that spot by 2027. So that must be huge for you as a county, but also you get the funding as well for the pathway, I understand.
Yep.
That's slightly wider from Robbins, again cut to the same place at point, but that is tightly packed out there with fielders. There's no way through for Scrivens at the moment, who's faced 9 balls still for no run.
Yeah, look, there was disappointment on Wednesday when the news broke and that we weren't going to get it, and it wasn't until a bit later on that we were told about the Tier 1 status, so things looked very different in the evening than they did in the morning around this place.
Good to hear. So Robin's back in. Again, exactly the same spot to that point fielder, but no way through. So excellent pressure. We're in the third over and still no runs scored for Sunrisers. Robin's back in, Scrivens. Again, dot ball. So right arm to a left-handed bat. No way through. Excellent start from Storm. They haven't got many runs to play with here, have they, Amy? So the tighter they can be early on to build that pressure. And a quick wicket might turn things around.
Yeah, hopefully. A few wickets now in the power play would help, definitely.
Okay, last ball from Robbins through to Scrivens. Slightly wider, swing and a miss though. Stopped by the wicketkeeper, and again, dot ball. That is another maiden. That is 3 maidens. So, Sunrisers, 0 for 0 off 3 overs. So, how does the next couple of years look then for preparing for the professionalism in the Tier 1?
So, look, we've got some time now to make sure we get some really good people in place, some really good structures in place for those academy girls. We've also got a Tier 2 team to put out on the park as well, which will give girls lots of opportunities. But I think, that little bit of time is really going to help us, because we've got to try and invest massively in our Welsh girls coming through, and then obviously recruit some players as well, potentially.
So Smell continuing at the pavilion end. Slight misfield, unfortunately, through the gully area, and they have scampered through for 1 run, so they are off, up and running with 1. So left arm to left-handed bat now. So Smell changing her side. Where to bowl? Quick chat with left. Sophia left to readjust the field, bringing out the slip into probably Scrivens' hitting zone. So needs to be tight here, Smale. And she is, which is good. So the pathway for women's cricket in Wales, good girls structure around softball through to hardball cricket.
Just netball.
Yeah, so Smale to Scrivens, cuts it nicely through. It has beaten the fielder there, and it runs away for 4. It is quicker on the outfield, so that is the first boundary for Sunrisers.
Yeah, you're right. We've got a massive structure of softball cricket for girls and ladies, but also, we've got the biggest Dynamos girls-only programme in the country, like in England and Wales, and we're giving more girls access to the game, and that's what we wanted out of all of this.
Smell drifts one, unfortunately, down leg side, and that is given as a wide to Scrivens. So prospects looking good for women and girls cricket in Wales.
Very positive.
Okay, Smale back on Scrivens. She cuts across the line with that one. Didn't quite get hold of it. That it did split the field, and they have run 2 there. But that'd be giving a bit of hope for me if I was Sophia Smale. She's looking to attack, but hasn't got hold of that. Almost like the pressure's building a bit for Scrivens, and she wants to push on. But if Smale can keep it quite tight, that may then bring the opportunity for a wicket. Pushes that one through a little bit quicker. Doesn't want to give Scrivens any more time to have a go at that one, maybe. Intelligent bowling there from Smale, who's still very young.
Yes.
And learning.
Yeah, and look, one thing she is ruthlessly accurate. Okay,
last ball of her over to finish up. Again, it's looped back over her head, unfortunately. Is a bit slower down here, but it does run away for 4, so that is 4 runs from the last ball of the over, back over the bowler's head of Sophia Smale. So Sunrisers move on to 12 runs off 4 overs. So 100 back here again in the summer.
It's exciting, really
Yeah.
exciting. Had a good draft, so we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Couple of excellent signings again for Welsh Fire.
Yeah, and a bit of Welsh representation as well, which is something we're really proud of as well.
Yeah. So who from Wales will be representing the Welsh Fire in the 100?
So we'll have Alex Griffiths
Yeah.
and Claire Nicholas
Excellent.
playing there.
Any other young prospects that are on the sort of fringe that might be coming
maybe. And we'll have a look in the wildcard draft.
through? Excellent.
Yeah. Can't give anything away.
Absolutely
this stage.
not, no. Phew. Might get the scoop here, everyone. Okay, so Robin's back from the River End to Douse, who's only on 1, facing 7 balls. That's perfectly in line there for a solid defensive back and no run taken. Pitch is looking good. Glamorgan ground staff must have worked incredibly hard with the amount of rain we've had to get this pitch in such a great position so early in the season.
And look, and they're right in the middle here as well, on
Yeah.
like some of the 100 wickets and international area.
Okay, Robin's in. Slightly wider, but played down by Dowson. Single, no run taken, sorry, dot ball.
So recently the in front of the grandstand's been a lot drier, so everyone's been practicing on this side of the wicket rather than this one. So, yeah.
But like you say, it's great to see women's cricket in the centre of
absolutely, yeah.
of the ground. So Robin's back in. Tried to be worked away off the hip, but again, dot ball. So Robin's back in. Well played, well bowled, well played. I think Sunrise's approach here is they've got loads of time. They're looking not to do anything drastic here. The bad balls generally do come, so I think they're just waiting for those bad balls. But you need to ensure you keep that rotation of strike and don't let too much pressure build on each other. So I think they're probably just having a quick chat just to check they're both aligned with what their tactics are. Robin's back in. Pierce the gap through the covers. Single taken, looking for 2, but no, just the single taken. And again, Storm have to contest with the left and right hand bats, so often a lot of change. So again, they don't want the strike to be rotating too much, so they have to keep changing the field. But Scrivens back on strike for the last ball of this over from Robins. And that is fantastic fielding from Danny Gibson there. Absolutely drilled by Scrivens, but no run taken. And that is the end of the over, which means Sunrisers 13 for no loss after 5 overs. And thank you to Amy Rees for stepping in for a quick chat there. And we'll be handing back over to Hannah and Emma Godman.
Okay, so I'm back on the mic, and joined with me is Emma Godman, so Wales player, also former Somerset player. Your mum also won the 1993 World Cup.
She did.
Yeah,
Thank you for having me.
Huge talent. So let's see what's going on here. So Snell into the attack to Douse, and it's a dot ball. So you've got a game tomorrow, Emma.
I do have a game tomorrow. Yeah. A little bit nervous. Haven't played in the UK in a little while.
You mentioned that, so you've been in Sri Lanka, but for different reasons, not with the under-19s.
No. Sri Lanka with university cricket as a coach, and then South Africa with the Wales women back in February. So I've played some cricket, but it seemed quite a while ago back in February.
Smell again into attack. Another dot delivery.
Good pressure being built here by Sophia. Hopefully she can force the error like she did before, not quite getting hold of the ball previously.
This time just swiped off her legs for a single. I just had a moment then because I was thinking, do you know what? How wholesome is this? We used to play cricket together and now we're sat here talking about cricket together. So we grew up playing for Somerset.
We did.
And it's amazing how cricket can actually create so many amazing without getting emotional, I'm getting a bit emotional, amazing friendships, beyond the pitch, isn't it? So
Absolutely. And you say this as I glance through and I can see Millie Rossiter, another former Somerset player we used to play alongside an age group, and she's working within the Storm setup. So
they're going to run here for free.
Well, very well run. The outfield is quick here. You've got to chase it down quickly.
Yeah, you mentioned Millie Rossiter, who sat to the left of us. She's the performance analyst for Storm, which she was working for the Vipers previously. So I do wonder if she's got any insights that she can bring across the Storm from them. As Dowse is on strike again.
From Sophia. Bang on. Top areas from her. And it's the end of the over.
It is. Sunrisers 17 for 0, Scrivens on 13 and Dowse on 3.
They might potentially try to focus their attention on Dowse, I reckon. Build that pressure if she's feeling like she's potentially fallen behind a little bit. Scrivens maybe found it a little bit easier with the left-hand, right-hand rotation. Building that pressure on her to try and score the runs, play the shot. So
you mentioned that left-hand, right-hand combination. You're a left-hander. What advantages do you think it does have being a left-hander within the game, being a bit of a rarity, isn't it? And people say it's such a strength to be a left-hander and to have a left-hander, but what are they?
Well, I can tell you, most teams don't like them. As soon as you come out to bat and they're like, another left-hander, here we go. But I think, personally, it helps with... they're obviously used to bowling to right-handers the majority of the time, so when a left-hander comes in, there needs to be an adjustment, and obviously here, hopefully within the professional game, they're going to be able to adjust a little bit easier, but in the lower levels of cricket, within women's cricket, sometimes a little bit harder to adjust, so you do potentially get a little bit of an easier way into starting your innings if they offer a bad ball kind of first out the gate kind of thing. So, and it also helps with the constant moving of the field. Some people might not necessarily be on it all the time, or it allows for a little potentially lapse in judgment because you constantly need to be switched on a little bit more when you've got left-hand, right-hand combinations.
Which we're seeing here. Sophie Luff moving the field around. Right-hander Dowse on strike.
Yeah, here we go. This is putting that pressure on. Like I said, she's only scored 3. They're going to try and get her to go for it a little bit more, be a little bit more attacking. They've brought their field in. They've taken out deep third man. So yeah, they really want her to play. They're encouraging her to hit up and over.
Hopefully forcing that error. Capitalising on it. You have to be aggressive if you're Storm here, though. The subpar score that they've set, so you really do have to put the heat on early.
Absolutely, you can't take your foot off the gas with this one. They've got to be on it, and for the most part, they've been very, very good and very in control of what's happening on the pitch. I know it was mentioned earlier, but like the noise levels really can push it either way. If you're on top and you're loud and you're encouraging and it can be quite intimidating, and it can build that pressure.
Dowse on strike again, flicks it off her legs, and they will come free for a single.
Nice little rotation of the strike, and I think when you've got a left-hand right-hand combination, it can potentially release that pressure a little bit more because things do have to change. The field does have to move. The bowler potentially has to. Robin's there. She seems like she comes across the bowler, so she comes a little bit wider to get that line through and across. So it's just subtle changes that release a little bit more pressure.
Scrivens.
Oh, well bowled.
bowls very well. They go up from a pill, but I thought that came off a toe of the bat, to be honest.
It did sound like she got a little edge on it.
She certainly did. Had to dig it out, though. She really had to dig that out.
That was a tough delivery to face.
Hopefully we'll see it on the replay shortly. See, she looked like she was in a lot of trouble there to see that one out. But nonetheless, in the scorebook, it's just 1 run.
Exactly.
Doesn't give you a full detail on the
It
picture of
doesn't-
it all, does it?
doesn't give you the background. And what a great ball it was.
Robbins to Douse.
There we go. Another little flick off the hip just to get her off strike.
The only issue is for Storm, this is all Sunrisers really need to do, though, isn't it? They don't need to do
Absolutely.
anything too crazy. Just literally picking up singles as we've done there. 4 runs from the over. 21 for naught. Need 94 runs to win. 7 overs done. 43 remain. So
Yeah, they've got.
it's just over 2 and over, isn't it? They need 2.2 and over is what they require. So we really,
They have all the time in the world.
yeah.
Obviously, I can imagine they want to be able to push on and get it sooner rather than later, but they've got absolutely no real pressure on them to score it any quicker than they already are.
Yeah, we've got a change of bowler now, so we've got Amanda Jade Wellington in her Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy debut match for Western Storm with the ball. So we saw her do a bit with the bat, but this is her real area of expertise, isn't it? With the ball. Let's see what she can do. Douse on strike. And she's gone up for the appeal straight away, and
there
it's
we
taken.
go.
She's gone.
Imagine that on your debut at Sophia Gardens. What a first ball. Great introduction into the squad.
Absolutely. First ball, 1 wicket. Amanda
Look at that.
Jade Wellington. Look at that
Oh,
class.
It looks like it's gone up. There's nice flight on it, but it has just dipped. And Douse has gone there, swung through as if she was going to connect with it with a full toss, but only connected with her pad, unfortunately. And she departs for 5.
Now that's a great decision by Sophie Luff to bring in Amanda Jade Wellington at this point. They need wickets, and that's exactly what she's done with her first delivery of the match.
Breaking the opening partnership. Excellent.
And it's a dangerous one, isn't it? We were talking earlier that in one of the concluding matches of last season, Grace Scrivens and Ariana Douse had a 200-run partnership, so a really threatening prospect for Storm, but they've seen off 1.
Yeah, and then Cordelia Griffith comes to the centre stage, and we know from even playing against her as an age group youngster, I can imagine, we know she's a force to be reckoned with. So she's someone that they're going to really have to look at putting that pressure on from, like they have been, but from the off, and just not allowing any looseness to allow her to get herself in. She's a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. So Sunrise is 21 for 1. Scrivens on 15 and Griffith on 0, facing her first delivery. And she's got to do that against the franchise expertise of Wellington. She's playing a lot of different global tournaments, lots of different franchises. Here's her second delivery.
Bold. Cordelia getting really far forward to make sure that she's met that ball. She's not landing it anywhere near her pads.
Absolutely. And we saw in the first innings, Storm really struggled against the spin. Has this pitch got a lot in it for spinners? That's a great
Well stopped.
stop.
Well stopped. That's just tickled through wide, bobbled up awkwardly, and it was missed by Nat Rafe, but well gathered by Slip. Oh, wow, it's moved a bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe there is a lot in this pitch for the spinners.
Some good revs.
It's Wellington to Griffith. Again, flights it up. Not like Sophie Luff to misfield there.
The intensity is always intimidating, so she's won that battle.
Absolutely. It was picked up by Wilson. Mopping up behind.
Another back of the hand delivery. She's showing real variation with her bowling. She's going to keep the batters on their toes. not let them get settled, not let them figure out exactly what she's going to be bowling next. Oh, that's just been pierced through the covers. And that has run all the way to 4. That was unlucky. Very close to the fielder in the covers, but just not close enough.
Not a bad over though. So 1 wicket from it, 5 runs. Sunrisers 26 for 1. Sorry, Scrivens on 15. Griffith on 4. Always find the Griffith and Griffiths a bit of a tongue twister as well.
Yeah, got to make sure that you're saying Griffith or Griffiths. Yes.
It's just, when Griffiths bowls to Griffith, it's a bit of a difficult
Be
one.
a tongue twister.
But yeah, welcome to Western Storm, Amanda Jade Wellington.
Exactly. What a first over. We're going to have a new bowler here from the Taff end. Danny Gibson. Now she's had a great summer last year, hasn't she? With all of England and all of the other cricket that she's been playing. I'm hoping that she's going to be in good stead for today's match with bowling.
Yeah, we were saying earlier in regards to kind of what does success look like within this regional structure. Is it about, where the game's moving now is more kind of commercial focus and, it's about more women being professional and it's them being their job because cricket is a business at the end of the day as well. Mm-hmm. It's not just, it's nice to play cricket, right? Whereas, if you look at the developmental side of the game and the social aspects as well, for Western Storm, the impact they've had socially in terms of boosting numbers of participation within this region has been huge.
And it's a big old region. Technically, it's from North Wales all the way to the very south of Cornwall. So
yeah,
it's a big area to be covering to try and make sure that the pathways and the opportunities are there for all women and girls within cricket.
As Gibson bowls to Scrivens, as a good first delivery. So we've got that side of it in terms of kind of that social impact, in terms of increasing participation numbers across the pathways. And then you've also got the side of it where actually Storm have produced 2 England players within the last year or so. Mm-hmm. Is that not success in its own right as well? They may not have, they may have finished 8th in this competition, but they had a huge impact on the game through the talent that they've produced.
Absolutely. It helps build the foundations. That's worked off round the legs for Scrivens, just for 1. Griffith back on strike.
It's just understanding what success looks like within this regional structure versus what success looks like in this new county professional structure, because it's really important as well that we don't erase that history, because a lot of these sides have had women's teams.
Absolutely.
In the past, but just have not been kind of recognised, and it's being funded more by the county boards rather than the county clubs.
Yeah.
And county cricket has still existed whilst we've had this regional structure. It's not something new. It has existed and it has a rich history talking across potentially 100 plus years. At least 1930s, etc. You had some counties. Gibson comes in. Dot ball. Hit hard to the fielder, well stopped.
Yeah, well stopped at mid-wicket there.
So it is going to be really interesting to see this new era. Like, what is the kind of purpose of it? Is it seeing women's sport as an opportunity for commercial reasons as well? Mm-hmm. Is it, what is that kind of next direction within this county game? We talk a lot about identity.
There's an appeal. There's a Cordelia taking a little breather for herself, taking away from the situation.
Yeah, Storm looked interested, but the umpire didn't.
Yeah, good poker face, not interested at all.
Yeah, it's going to be such an interesting time across the next kind of 5 years, just seeing what women's sport and women's cricket landscape in particular looks like when you do get this more commercial investment.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think back of what Amy was saying previously, just even from when she said Sophia and Alex, and then when they started playing for Wales, the vast development within women's representative cricket, regional cricket, county cricket has been exponential. It's been vast, but it's been really, really positive.
Gibson to Griffith.
Good dot ball, straight back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over.
Just 1 run from it.
It is 27 for 1. There's 88 to win. 9 overs with 41 remaining.
A lot of time out there. But yeah, as you're saying, like the development has been really interesting. It has been in a large part positive, but there's also been a lot of learnings to take into this next era as well.
Of course.
I think, absolutely. I think where the funding goes as well, I know there's a lot of kind of nervous county players who haven't been given a tier 1 contract, should we call it? You know, tier 1
the funding,
etc.
Yeah, the allocation.
The allocation, that's a good word for it. So I know there's a lot of nervous people who are thinking, oh, if I already play for Somerset, will I get one of those contracts to continue playing for Somerset, or do I have to look elsewhere?
Yeah.
And
But I suppose I'm hoping that it's going to come with some clarity and some good pathways and good development programs to allow people that potentially aren't looking to go on to the professional level, that potentially are happy at county level, they are, or those that are coming in, or those that are younger, that are developing and going into the women's game. You just need to make sure that everyone's kind of clear and understanding of the processes and where they stand within those teams. So I think it'll be a good learning curve, and it'll be interesting to see what, like you say, those areas that haven't been allocated that tier 1 status, to see how they can develop the region that they have.
Yeah, because if there's a genuine interest to have a professional women's team, there's nothing, as Wellington comes in again, nothing to say that they can't put things in place to then try to bid for one of those tier 1 teams in the future, or work out what tier 2 looks like. There's going to be 3 tiers, so we just need to have more sense of what that looks like, and of course it's early days of hearing about it.
Back of the hand, she's managed to work it on the leg side. It's cut off just for 1.
But I think there also needs to be kind of more investment into kind of club cricket and developing a better kind of standard at that level, in terms of kind of creating opportunities, creating more hardball teams. There's a lot of emphasis on softball, and that's been brilliant to see. As Wellington comes in again.
Oh, well bowled. How
was that
miss the stumps? I thought for sure I was going to see some bails flying off.
See it on a
That
replay.
was very close. Gap just between the bat and off stump. Straight through.
Wellington comes in again.
A little bit of a wider delivery, but it's well left alone by Scrivens.
End of the over. 29 for 1 for the Sunrisers. Griffith on 5 and Scrivens on 17. They just require 86 to win, and they've got 40 overs to do that. Western Storm really need to get some more wickets at very quick intervals to put the pressure back on. They're defending a very low target, so Sunrisers require 115 to win. So it is a bit of a challenge for a Storm, but one that they're certainly trying to attack.
It's a big job of deciding who's going to be bowling next from Sophie Luff, what the tactics are going to be, whether she's going to give little spells, rotations after 2-3 overs might be the way that she goes. It certainly worked when Amanda Jade Wellington came on and made that impact straight away, so it might be something that she considers moving forward.
So Gibson comes in, and that is
drilled through just past extra cover. Looks like it's holding up a little bit. Might only go for 2 runs. Well chased.
And the Sunrisers are looking a really decent team this year, aren't they? There's been a lot of talk about them being that potential underdog. I mean, what a story that would be, from going to not winning a match in the first edition to then winning in the final edition. That would be an amazing story. But from a Storm perspective, we need to stop that from happening right now. I feel like the real underdogs, I said this earlier, is Storm, because nobody's kind of mentioned them in the previews. Nobody's really like flagged them as the team to watch, or, you know, the underdogs. So
the perfect opportunity for an underdog story.
Yeah, sometimes when people aren't looking, that's the time to shine, isn't it?
Of course. And it's like potentially the complacency. If you come up against some teams that are going to be like, oh, it's fine, these guys are going to be an easy win, whatever, that's when Western Storm are going to be able to show that actually, wait a minute, that's not the case.
And we've got the talent, and the best thing about this region is pretty much every single one of these players has been developed within this region.
Absolutely. A lot of homegrown talent within Western Storm.
A lot of homegrown indeed. I'm trying to think of anyone who isn't obviously international overseas signing. Amanda Jade Wellington did not develop her cricket here, unfortunately. We cannot claim that one. But for the most part, the rest of the team...
You look through the rest of it, it's predominantly Wales, Gloucestershire, Somerset. and those that have been a part of, like, I know Fran was initially Wiltshire, but she came to Somerset as well, and is now with Gloucestershire, so she's kept it southwest for the most part.
Yeah, she did
I
have
know
a
she had a
little
little stint.
wander.
She did have a little stint in London, but she's back where she belongs now.
Came back to her senses. The best side of the country, the southwest. Scrivens steams in.
That's been drilled, but well stopped at mid-on. Straight into the gloves of the keeper. Excellent pressure building.
I think she's a player that's really matured, and especially with her time with England, she's really becoming a lot more kind of on the money and very consistent with what she's doing. She's bowling fast, but she's finding that line.
Consistent,
Yeah, whereas
yeah.
before, I think in the first kind of few editions of this competition in particular, she was getting the pace, but not necessarily the accuracy she is now.
Yeah. You can just see clearly how hard she's worked. Oh no.
That's sloppy.
A little bit of a weak throw attempt into the keeper, unfortunately. Just missed Nat's gloves. They scamper through for one.
Yeah, really sloppy from the field there. Not going to help.
Absolutely not. Those kind of little eases of pressure is going to be exactly what the batters are going to be looking for. They're going to be able to try and take advantage of those at every moment that they can.
So England player Danny Gibson with ball in hands, steams in.
A very, very full delivery that has confused Scrivens. It's come straight through. Some good pressure on the back of that kind of little misfield.
Had a wonderful opportunity to speak to her family ahead of her debut last year. And this time, batter finds the gap and it's going to race away for 4 runs.
Yeah, just a little bit more width there given by Danny Gibson, and then it's just allowed Scrivens to just swing through with her arms and pierce through the covers. That is a quick outfield, and it is raced all the way to the stands.
We'll see it on the replay here. A little bit of width offered. Scrivens didn't have to do too much, did she?
No.
See it again.
Yeah, quick hands through. Bad ball punished. And I think that's just exactly what they're waiting for.
Yeah, they do not need to overcomplicate it at all from a Sunrisers perspective.
Here we go again. Amanda Jade Wellington back on at this end. Hoping for another repeat of her wicket.
I wonder how she's found the southwest.
Well, she's playing on a good day, because I can speak for Wales at the moment because I live here. It's been very wet, so it's very nice to see some sunshine.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, to be honest. Seeing the weather yesterday, I was like, please stay absolutely beautiful. Do not rain. We've had a very wet
Very wet
winter,
April.
spring.
Yeah,
It's-
pre-season has been.
Today's absolutely glorious, though. It's a perfect kind of weather for the opening round of the Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Absolutely.
We've got about 6 initial fixtures to begin with over the next few weeks, quite intense in turnaround, and then they go on to the Charlotte Edwards Cup before the gap with the 100, and then they return back to Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy at the end of August, September. So it kind of bookends the season.
Excellent dot ball there from Amanda Jade. It's close, it's running off, not giving it. It's going to go as leg buys.
Her reaction, as you can see on the live stream, is interesting.
Wellington,
See Anna
not
Harris.
convinced.
See Anna Harris smiling there as well, the umpire, stellar umpire, international career.
Good dot ball to finish on.
Yeah, umpire and Wellington having a conversation there. A lot of enthusiasm in that appeal, wasn't there?
There was. But in those circumstances, you can't get wrapped up in that. You've got to go and chase the ball, haven't you? If it's not given like it wasn't, you've got to chase it down.
It's going to be Danny Gibson to continue on at the taff end.
Hoping for a breakthrough. They're currently 38 for 1 of 12 overs. Going at a steady rate. No need to change anything really. But this is where Storm really need to break this partnership and continue to do so. Like they obviously within their batting innings couldn't maintain momentum due to the fall of wickets. So if that's something that they can try and replicate, then hopefully it'll build that pressure.
Because if you reflect back, the power play for Storm was 33 for 1. So they're not too dissimilar.
Yeah. That has gone straight for 4. So the gap.
The issue is though for Storm was they suddenly lost wickets very quickly. So although the power play was a similar kind of stage to where the Sunrisers were.
Didn't sound like other than Nat Wraith. A batter couldn't really establish themselves, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, a lot of wickets fell to spin, a lot of LBWs. We had a horrible run-out situation between Sophia Smell and Sophie Luff. Potentially a bit of a moment that did change the game and did cause a bit of a knock-on.
Similar shot, lofted. The chase is going to be on. Will it stop before the line? Oh, it's just cracked. Another boundary.
Yeah, Sunrisers looking really comfortable here. You can see on the replay there. Did running, but the ball actually did them a favour and did the work. So you can see
Danny Gibson and Sophie Luff having a little discussion of where's best. Is that an area that she may continue to hit? Is Danny's coming round the wicket to the left-hander? Seems to be a little bit of discussion of where can we try and put pressure on her and to stop these runs happening.
Gibson streaming into Scrivens. A lot more pace put onto that delivery.
A little bit more venom. Hit hard into the ground, up into the batter.
And I've just checked Twitter as well. So in that first innings, Nat Wraith has become the 4th batter to score 500 runs for Western Storm. So there is a positive to take away from that first innings. That's Nat Wraith's efforts.
There we go, the slip put into work. Quite a wide slip. Just looking for those outside edges.
So the tweet I've got in from Mike Turner is Nat Wraith is the 4th batter to score 500 runs for Western Storm in their RHF trophy. Sophie Luff at 1,285. Alex Griffiths at 589 and Wilson at 532. So thank you, Mike, for sharing that one.
Great start. Yeah, like you say, a little positive that can be taken away from potentially a lacklustre batting innings from Western Storm.
It's just unfortunately the story that we saw last year. Just need partnerships. Take the pressure off the bowlers, because the bowlers have got a huge challenge here. But then it only takes one magical spell to
You're right.
twist and turns within cricket.
Or
isn't
like
it?
you say, that run out, there's something that potentially could have gone absolutely either way. That could be the turning point. Some kind of big incident, or like a run out, a shock fielding incident, whatever. That could be the point that could turn the game.
Yeah, an absolutely spectacular catch or something.
Exactly.
You know, we're trying to put it out there, manifest, etc. Make something happen, Storm. From a Storm perspective, that's what you need. Make something happen now. Scrivens, you'd say, has been here too long. If you're Western Storm, you know, you need to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. She's just going to be able to... She's been easing herself in nicely. 29 she's scored already.
Can Wellington do the damage? Flighted up. And it's a
Knocked
dot
out.
ball. Yeah, whenever I think about, she's been here too long, etc., I just remember all the nonsense that we used to chat on the field. Dot ball's a good ball and all the rest of it.
Exactly.
This time it's hit straight back for no run. I used to
Good
have a lot of
dance.
fun, coming up with absolute nonsense. Chirping up.
I think that was partly what we'd just bamboozle teams of just be like, what on earth are they talking about?
We had so much fun, didn't we?
We did. And it clearly worked.
Yeah.
We're still here, how many years later?
Still love the game. But it's amazing the friendships you form through cricket and the opportunities that arise. Like, we've both been around the world doing different things. It's Wellington, and it's got an
It's up,
aerial.
but it's up and over. It's going to dig into the ground, plug in. Just the two. These are the kind of chances she wants them to take. Yes, although that was in the safety area of kind of up over the ring. She's asking the questions, isn't she?
She certainly is. Trying to make something happen here.
She's put pressure. She's taken that single to Sophia Smale.
Yeah, it was a good run by Sunrisers in the end.
It was a good run. But pressure being put on. That's the table of the turning of the tables of the batters putting that pressure back on the fielders, isn't it?
So Scrivens on strike. The ever reliable for the Sunrisers. Flicks
She
it.
just works it round the corner. Most likely going to be a 2. Are they going to push again? No. Loud call no
Yeah.
from Cordelia as it echoes around the ground. And that's the end of the 14th over.
Scrivens on 31, Griffith on 12. Sunrisers have brought up their 50, so 51 for 1. Gibson 3 overs, 16 runs without a wicket, and Wellington 4 overs, 13 runs and 1 wicket. Looks like we will have a change. It looks like it might be Chloe Skelton coming into the mix. We'll see what does happen. I think it looks that way. It'd be very strange if it wasn't. She's got the ball in hand, so we'll see.
And she's, yeah.
Coming on to bowl from the river end, Chloe Skelton.
There we go. The announcers confirmed your suspicions. She's coming on from the tap end.
And was that Amanda Jade Wellington stood next to her before Sophie Luff's just replaced her? Because I think that is exactly what you want an international player to come in and do, right?
Absolutely.
Talk to the youngsters, work through their plans, bring their
The wealth of
experience.
knowledge, this is exactly, like you were saying, the amount of formats and the amount of franchises that she has been a part of, and that I can imagine there's probably a real big need when you're coming into these spaces that you need to try and get into that team, gel, make those impacts, and also, yeah, really make sure that you cement your place within that team. And the best way to do that is to understand who's playing alongside you.
Yeah, just that transfer of knowledge.
Absolutely. What can she do to help facilitate the best of her bowling? How can she set the field? How can she help? What can she do? Getting on a wavelength.
Skelton comes in to Griffith. He puts her arm straight through that one. It's going to race away for 4 runs.
Looked like it took a little bit of a deflection off extra cover, but that was hit hard. No mistaking that one. That was hit very hard.
See it on the replay now. Flighted up and
Well weighted.
Griffith
Griffith.
absolutely smashed it through the gap. Skelton looks to respond now. What can she do? Much better, much tighter, causing a little bit of difficulty there.
Just looked like it skidded through a little bit, kept quite low. Cordelia looked to kind of rock back and cut it, but it dipped a bit too low for that. Oh, unlucky. That was an opportunity. Molly Robbins has caught that awkwardly on her finger, it seems.
She stopped the boundary, but definitely a catch opportunity, would you say?
think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Although it was dipping, I think it was.
It would have been a spectacular catch,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. And you can tell like she's a little bit of a body language as she shakes her head.
But chances are building, you know. Chances are coming.
Absolutely. And it's also how Western Storm react to that. They're going to be, if you dwell on it, then you're probably going to find yourself with other issues because you're not focusing on what needs to be focused on. So
Yeah, but it is Wellington there by the looks of things. Look, passing on that knowledge, passing on plans, whatever that may be, whatever those conversations are, I'm sure it's value added. The expertise from the overseas. Skelton.
she's come round to the left-hander. A little bit of a question asked there by the Western Storm girls, but yeah, umpire not interested.
Not interested at all, no. Skelton once again.
Coming right into Grace, she's trying to get it away.
Yeah, really tried to get her tucked back then, didn't she?
Last ball of this over. Flighted up, kept out.
And that's the end of it over. So Emma's going to take a break for 5, and then she'll be back and she'll replace me. So this is the return of Kath now, taking the hot seat. But what's going on the pitch is we've got Sunrisers 56 for 1. Scrivens is in on 31, looking like she's barely been away, which, to be fair, you know, she's been in New Zealand, she has been playing a lot of cricket recently, so as we would expect. Griffith on 17. They require 59 to win. Amanda Jade Wellington with the ball. Flighted up and hit away for no run. Welcome back, Kath.
Thank you. I took the opportunity to catch up with Amy Reese to get the lowdown on everything, so it's good to catch up with her.
Ooh,
But
any exclusives?
could not repeat.
Could not repeat. Oh, okay. So what does that mean?
No, not at all. I think looking at the game, just probably not enough runs on the board. Like you say, I've been listening in the background. They're just making the scoreboard tick over. It's a great bit of fielding there in the covers. Great diving stop, would have certainly been more than the one run that they scored. But yeah, just there's not enough to defend, and
Yeah.
Sunrisers are just working the ball around, putting away the bad ball. But the energy's good. You know, the fight is there. They're absolutely there. Another wicket can change things, can turn things. But Scrivens looks very set, as does Griffith hit the crease at the moment. So Wellington into Scrivens.
That was a
On the full.
beautiful shot, but well stopped by Captain
Yeah.
Sophie Luff.
As it says, great shot for no run. But yeah, absolutely drilled that. But excellent fielding by the captain there.
And yeah, that's the thing, is they haven't got much runs to play with here from a Storm perspective. But they haven't let that phase them at all. They're putting the pressure on. They've got an attacking field. They're trying to make something happen here. And they go up, they're asking for a caught behind.
Yeah.
Umpire Anna Harris is not interested, but opportunities are coming.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right. I think, you know, they're taking the game to Sunrisers. They're making them work as hard as they possibly can to get those runs, which is exactly what you want. And that's edged through the slips, so it just drops short, but it will run away for 4 runs. So that is 4. Was it a chance? We'll have to look at the replay, but I think it dropped just short of the fielder there in the slips. But it shows that the chances are there, and that was the last ball of that over. So that brings up the score for Sunrisers as 61 for 1.
We'll just see the replay here. I gasped. I thought, oh my word, that's going straight into her hands, but it's a
Just
little bit
wide. I think it carried, but it was just wide of that fielder there.
a bit wide, but that would have been absolutely phenomenal if she took that,
Would have been a great catch.
especially on day 1 of the season. Imagine that in
Exactly.
the highlights bank. As Skelton continues from the river end to a river called Taff. Griffith on strike, tries to find the gap, and unfortunately for Storm, it's a misfield.
1 run taken.
I still find it's completely bizarre how they kind of completely changed where the river was to allow this ground to exist. It's, like I said, check out the history
will,
museum
yeah.
here because it's phenomenal stories.
Diverting a river is no mean feat, so...
No,
yeah.
as you must know. Skelton.
Coming around the wicket to the left-hander, but again, dot ball.
So yeah, because in your day trade, you work for the...
Environment Agency, I do, yes, as my day job. Oh, again, just Scrivens is, taking chances through that slip area. Again, didn't carry, just taking the single. Strong no to the chance of a second run. But again, it's, she just cut it through there. There is a fielder there, but it's just not quite carrying. And Griffiths is tall and has long levers, so I wouldn't be taking so much of a gamble in that area.
Interesting delivery and just cricket generally, then. It was completely left, but left in a way that just completely ignored the existence of that entire ball. Beautifully driven, but straight to a fielder. Can she get the run out?
Oh, it's a good throw in, but easy single there in the end. So again, this is that just suddenly the scoreboard would just be ticking over and you'll look up again and they'll be on 80 and then they'll be on a... It's just they're nicely just working through or those runs that are left on the board. That's given as a wide, so unfortunately Skelton just lost a line there, and that's an extra on the board. So just needs to compose herself, get that line back. Diving catch chance, but unfortunately not taken. It's gone for 4 runs. So Scrivens absolutely launched that through square leg for 4 runs. Was an opportunity and it was a great dive, but I think that was significantly probably out of reach, but certainly a great effort from the fielder there. Brings the end of the over. 69 for 1 off 17. Scrivens going along well, 40 off 46 balls. Griffiths as well, supporting that role, 20 runs off 34. Current run rate, they're up at 4 already, so, Western Storm were hovering at 3 for quite a long time, and then it sort of crept up just below the 4, but already you can see Sunrise are in that run rate over 4. That's a full toss, and that's been pulled away. Diving effort by the fielder down there, but it's 4 runs again off the first ball of the over from Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yeah, that got absolutely punished there.
Probably what it deserved, unfortunately.
Indeed. So these two building a partnership up here. Griffith on 24 and Scrivens on 40. 42 more runs required for victory from Sunrisers.
Wellington, good recovery, dot ball. So what were you talking about earlier? I think, Amanda J. Wellington, I'm not sure how many games she's here for. Is it 6? I think she's here for. So I think you're absolutely right talking about how the younger players in this group can just take full advantage of all her years of experience in the international game and all the big bash leagues that she plays in as well around the world. So it's really lovely to see her having those conversations with the younger players, those words of wisdom just into the air before they're coming into a bowl. So it's great to see Wellington here with Western Storm, who comes into bowl again to Griffith. Yeah, good bit of turn there, nice bit of turn.
Yep, you used the pitch well.
Yep. Dot ball. So again, if it wasn't for that first one, for a 4, but it's that pressure build again that we, need to be trying to put as much as possible on to Sunrisers. Again, well bowled, dot ball. I think she'll probably be massively frustrated with her first ball of that over that was on the full and punished for 4. This is an excellent recovery. And finishes it off nicely with another dot ball, and well in by the captain, Sophie Luff. Brings up the end of the over. So Sunrisers 73 for 1 off 18. Run rate is 1.31 to get to that target of 115, so they are racing away at a current run rate of 4.06.
Yeah, we can start to see in the field some heads starting to drop, and it's like you have to pick up that energy again. It's you have to get yourself back into this game. Yes, that does look difficult at this point, but anything can happen. We saw from the alternate kind of perspective sunrises, they cause a collapse to happen. There's nothing to stop Storm from doing that and inflicting that upon the sunrises.
Yeah.
Just takes one magical moment to take the game
Absolutely.
on another twist. Can Chloe Skelton be the person to flip the game? Can she challenge the dominance of these two batters? Scrivens facing left-hander, England under-19s World Cup runner-up last year.
Skelton still from the River Taff End.
And
Dot
she
ball.
certainly said wait there. I'm sure you picked that up at home as well. Communication is key in cricket. She looks to face another. And
Yes.
another wait
Yeah.
on.
Absolutely. Same place again into that zone, just out to the point fielder. So again, looking to cut as much as possible.
She is looking in spectacular nick, and of course, after this ball, see, another dot delivery. But I'm not sure if you saw the piece where there was a quote piece by featuring Heather Knight saying about with the upcoming T20s, etc. You know, the England team are not set. You know, there can be spaces for people to come into the mix.
That's cut through again. Looking for two, but sensibly only going for the one run. So through the cover area there, the diving effort from Sophie Luff, but she slowed it down for sure, but it did get through for one.
Yes, you never know. Some of the performances in this early part of the season can encourage a call-up. You never know what may happen. Skelton to Griffith. I think that's the question on everybody's mind. When is Scrivens going to get into the mix? What format will she be picked up in? Will she, when is that time? It's almost written there.
Good bit of foot movement there from Griffith, but no run. And a left-handed bat as well, that's always good to have on your side where possible. So that brings up the end of the over. Sunrisers 74 for 1 off 19 overs. Ticking along nicely. Scrivens on 41, Griffith on 24.
Yeah, because the point you made about left-handers, for so long it was pretty much just Lydia Greenway, wasn't it?
It was.
So England have been in search of, there have been some brilliant left-handers within this regional structure that have been on display. Eve Jones for a start. Surprised that she hasn't actually broken into the England squad at all, especially thinking about one of the Ashes seasons as well, series as well. I thought she was going to potentially get her time then, but hasn't. She's played a lot for England A, etc., which Scrivens is currently doing a lot of representation there as well, isn't she?
She is, yeah. A change of bowler at the pavilion end, so Alex Griffiths, Welsh homegrown player, coming on into the attack.
And what I absolutely loved about her last year in the 100, did you see the video clip of her talking to the team about what it means to play
I did.
for Welsh Fire? It was full of emotion, full of passion. I know for a fact she loves the opportunity to play here at Sophia Gardens. Doesn't get to play much for Wales anymore, but luckily our colleague Emma, she represents this region. It's a country, of course, but classed as a bit of a county within the county pathway within the women's game. And it is the England and Wales Cricket Board and the England and Wales Cricket team. We kind of forget about that a little bit, don't we, from an English perspective. We need to get the Welsh back on that label, back on the title.
So Griffiths into Scrivens. Cut through, missing the stumps. So good opener. Kind of skids along a bit with Griffiths. She gets good pace, but it skids through.
Did you play with any players from Wales when you represented the West?
I didn't. I played with Amy Rees.
Nice.
Back in the day. Hannah Lloyd.
Yep.
And Griffiths bowls again.
She's bowling really nicely here.
Yeah. It's a great start. I think that was Colleen Rogers. I'm sure she was Welsh back in the day. So great start from Griffiths here. 2 dot balls to Scrivens. Attacking the crease well. Oh, it's a good bit of movement as well. She's getting some good movement off the seam there and in the air. Again, a couple of words from Danny Gibson, just showing some thoughts, maybe a slight field change, yep. So they're moving out a fielder to pad in that area, which I think is Scrivens' scoring zone, so where she likes the late cut. So you've got like a wide slip, a gully, and now a point in place. Oh, it's got through, so playing a miss from Scrivens there. This is good from Griffiths. She's making Scrivens think a bit more, making her work a bit harder. So good tactical bowling change. Getting a bit of movement in the air and off the seam. Could be a nick chance opportunity for Wraith.
And we're going to have a special guest in a minute. So we'll come on to that shortly.
We will. Griffiths. Fifth ball. Slightly wider, so pushed off the pad. But it's fielded from behind and thrown in and no run taken. So again, fifth dot ball of this first over from Griffiths.
Can she see out this maiden? She bowls it, and it's gone up in the air. Finds the gap in the field. Fielders are chasing it down, and we're going to come back for 2 runs. And that brings the end of the over. So Sunrise is 76 for 1, Scrivens on 43, Griffith on 24. 39 runs to win. And we're now joined by Glamorgan's very own Will Smell.
Hi, nice to be on.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Could be a little bit better if the scorecard was more in the Storm's favour, but lovely weather in Cardiff, so can't complain too much.
And how have you found it? Because this year your first full professional...
Yeah, this year's my first full professional year, so I was in for about half the summer last year with the Glamorgan. This is my first full year. It's been good. It's been a difficult start. Obviously, the weather hasn't played ball, so pre-season was difficult, but it's nice to see some of the sun and get out there now.
It's a nice vantage point to watch your sister, which we'll come on to in a second, as well as Skelton with that delivery. So yeah, what is the Smell household like then, growing up together, both playing in the game, and now the possibility of both playing for Glamorgan in the future? So obviously Glamorgan have been given that tier 1 professional status by 2027. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Growing up, our house has been pretty cricket mad. So sort of watching me play for many years, and now I'm sort of trying to repay the favour as much as I can. But the thought of both being able to play for Glamorgan is quite special.
Skelton to Griffith. Hits it aerially, but finds the gap in the field, and that's going to race away for 4 runs.
It's a lovely shot, that, from Griffith. Skelton slightly too full, but beautifully put away.
It feels like Western Storm's head's just dropping a little bit too much now. It's scoreboard putting the pressure on. Sunrise is 81 for 1, a huge challenge to get back in this now. It just requires 35 runs to win.
It's been quite a professional run chase, this, from the Sunrisers, not really giving Western Storm too much of a looking.
As that one's left. Yeah, as you were saying, the household was full of cricket, and I heard like your grandpa's got a huge influence. I've heard Sophia talking a bit on different podcasts. Uses feet, but finds the bowler.
Yeah, he's had a massive influence on both of us, really. I probably wouldn't have played cricket if it hadn't been for him growing up. He'll probably be listening to me right now, sat at home watching this live stream, so I should probably give him as much praise as I can.
And it's gone aerially. There is a fielder out there, and it's taken! Finally, Western Storm have a breakthrough. Skelton with the wicket, and we'll confirm the fielder in a second. See it on the replay. So Griffith departs. Beautiful shot, but didn't have the legs on it.
Neve Holland, I think.
Yep, caught by Holland. Well held, that one.
It's a difficult shot here at Cardiff. The straight boundaries are far smaller than they are square, so I think it was a low full toss in the end from Skelton, with Griffiths using her feet, and going to the longer square boundary is a difficult option. She hit it well, but that's substantially the biggest hit here. The pockets of the ground are quite large, and a smart catch on the boundary.
So talking about influences, are there been any other influences within both of your careers that you've shared or different?
Well, yeah, obviously cricket's been pretty major. We were both tennis players growing up as well. That's sort of my mum's sport. So balancing both of those was a challenge. Soph played a lot of hockey as well, so at a better level than I ended up playing at. So for her, more recently, it's been that sort of challenge. But I think we both always knew that cricket is what we wanted to do, and obviously for young girls and the women's game now, it's a massive opportunity to make a living and a career out of it. Something that's always been there for me growing up as in the men's game, but now in the women's game, having those idols and role models that you can see makes a massive difference. So yeah, Sophie loves it. She's always wanted to do it, and now to have the opportunity through regional cricket like this and the 100, and obviously it going into the counties in next year or 2 years' time in Glamorgan's case is really exciting.
Griffiths come into attack to Scrivens. The new batter is Jodie Grucock, who had a great innings with the ball earlier on.
It looked like the Sunrisers spinners Villiers and Grucock just didn't really miss their length in the first innings, bowled incredibly straight. Doesn't look like there's too much turn on offer on this Cardiff pitch, which looks like it's played pretty well.
Griffiths comes in.
But it certainly felt like they were just trying to build pressure by not giving any freebies.
Yeah, it was very tight indeed, and Storm just didn't react well enough, did they, to... Almost all of them were out LBW. There was at least... Get it up and confirm. There was several LBW to spin. And that's been edged behind. A race away for another boundary. Scrivens on 47 now.
It's quite nice bowling that from Griffiths. She's been round the wicket trying to bowl quite straight at the stumps to Scrivens. Just serves up one slightly wider that is outside edge past. I think that's Wellington at Gully. So a unfortunate boundary for Western Storm to concede that. But yeah, those LBWs in the first innings just looked to be a case of the ball not really turning and Storm players going back to some good length deliveries. It's very hard to do when the ball's skidding on like that. You sort of get caught in the crease a little bit, and it looked like that was the downfall for a few of the Western Storm batters.
So we've spoken about the change as well in terms of that professional system for the women's team, but how have you found your kind of entry now into first full-time professionalism within the men's game?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Obviously, being local to Glamorgan anyway, I sort of knew quite a lot of the boys before I was fully in the professional setup. I wasn't on the academy here growing up, but having played Welsh age groups, I played with a few of the boys as well, so that certainly helped. And obviously coming into the side last year, making my T20 Blast debut and things like that, has made this winter go a little bit easier for me than some other newcomers might find. But we've got a really good squad, a really good group of guys that sort of all pull in together and buy into it. And obviously with a new head coach on board, it's been a really exciting winter. So yeah, it's been really good. The boys obviously had a couple of draws to start, and are currently playing against Northants, which I think the last thing I saw was they made 260 odd and were 40 odd for one Northants in reply. So hopefully they can get the right result there.
It definitely feels like there's a really kind of like positive feel about Glamorgan at the minute, especially with obviously with new Tier 1 status being awarded as well. But in terms of kind of participation at the recreational level as well, and there feels like a really good vibe around the place.
Yeah, there's a massive buzz. Absolutely, I think there's a lot of people behind the scenes that put some great work into the sort of pathway that Glamorgan run. Mark Frost is heavily involved with that, and I think there's some great work that gets done around that by trying to stop all barriers to entry of that sort of opportunity for young boys and girls to get involved in the game.
Skelton back into a mix, flights it up. Wide delivery, unfortunately.
So yeah, that's really exciting, and obviously from a men's perspective, with the new head coach having come in and a couple of new players on board, it's really exciting times, and that Tier 1 women's team.
And Grewcock will get off the mark here with a single.
That Tier 1 women's team is really exciting for everyone at the club, I think, not just from a men's perspective, but people like Amy Rees has worked tirelessly with the Cricket Wales side of it, and now with Glamorgan taking more of a role in it. It's really exciting for women's cricket in the area.
Scrivens on strike, tries to find the gap, finds a fielder instead. Yeah, it really is. It's that integration as well, isn't it? Because you are going to be one club, and I guess it's been very kind of separate in the past. It's been kind of Cricket Wales for the women, and they haven't really had a Glamorgan team as such, has there?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so traditionally you play for Wales senior women, and then if you're good enough or fortunate enough, you get picked to go into some of the Western Storm setups. So I think over the last couple of years, obviously you've got Alex Griffiths and Soph playing today, but Claire Nicholas obviously is also someone that's gone through the system, along with Lauren Parfitt a few years ago and a few others. So it's really important for girls in Wales to see that sort of opportunity to break into the Western Storm setup. But as you said, now to be able to play for Glamorgan and hopefully here at Sophia Gardens in a few years' time will be really exciting.
As Grewcock pierces the gap, the ball's racing away. Chasers on, three fielders chasing. But the ball wins. It's another boundary for the Sunrisers. They move their score 91 for 2. 24 runs required now.
Yeah, slightly too short from Skelton. Ball just sits up, and Grewcock picked the gap quite nicely there. Spoke about the larger square boundaries, but timed the ball pretty well and just beat Holland chasing from cover.
And have you seen the story that came out in the last kind of 24 hours about your sister on ESPN about her ambition to be a batting all-rounder? Have you read that piece yet? But if not, don't worry.
I haven't read that piece. I've heard a lot from her about. I mean, she loves batting essentially, and I've always tried to tell her in her years of being further down the order that her batting's going to be incredibly important, and even for youngsters out there listening to this, it's not necessarily whether you want to be a top order batter or an opening bowler. If you can better either of those skills, it's going to help you get into sides in the future. And you never want, you don't want anything to be there that a coach can turn around to you and say this stops you getting in a side. If you can be good at all three disciplines, whether that's batting, bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., those strings to your bow will help you get picked in sides. And for Soph, she's always been someone who's wanted to keep pushing her batting. Growing up, she's always opened the batting and things like that. So she was delighted to get the opportunity today. Unfortunate way to get out, but that's cricket.
As it's pierced the gap once again for another 4 runs. I'm going to swap over with Emma Godman. She's going to come back into the mix. And that is Scrivens 50. Scrivens 52 runs.
Just want to give thanks to Will. He's still just in the background. It's really interesting to hear from not only your own professional step into cricket now, but also that of your sister as well. So thank you very much for your time today. It's greatly appreciated. So, Griffiths back in. Call for LBW, but drifting down leg. So Sunrisers 95 for 2 off 23.2 overs. So not long to go.
No, just the 20 to win and only 2 wickets lost. It appears that intent initially from Western Storm to kind of put that early pressure on has wavered a little bit, and the batters have managed to get away. And Scrivens, she's stuck at it, and come through with a half century. So she's done really well.
Well bowled by Griffiths there. A dot ball. Yeah, she's gone about her business extremely well today as Scrivens, not only from captaining the fielding side and making some really significant bowling changes, but the way she's approached her batting innings today as well shows a very mature set of shoulders on a very young individual at the moment.
She's just been absolutely clinical, and very few chances have been given to Western Storm from her. But regardless of whether she does give it, whether it's an inside edge or something like that, it doesn't seem to faze her at all. She knows what she's doing, and she's just building on from that. And I think that's the mentality that she's clearly got, as you said, as a young mind and somebody who's now captaining the side. She's got a wise head on some young shoulders.
So 2 left-handers at the crease makes things a little bit easier for Storm, so not that constant fielding change each time there's a single. So Griffiths back in to Grucock, who defends solidly.
Yeah, absolutely. Gives it a little bit easier, hopefully, for bowlers to be able to maintain their rhythm and not have to change line, come round the wicket or over the wicket, depending on who's facing. So hopefully allows for a little bit more rhythm.
And if Grucock can see this through, she's also had a very excellent day at the office today. Through to the end, so Griffiths back in for last ball of this over. Squeezed away by Grucock, but no run. And that is the end of the 24th over. Sunrisers 96 for 2.
Yeah, just 19 to win. 26 overs remaining.
I think they might do it. I don't know, but I think they might do it.
Got a good idea of.
I'm going to call it. There, I've said it live. I think they might do it in 26 overs.
Yeah. I don't know what gave you that impression, but yeah, you might be right.
Coming on to bowl from the river end.
Change up.
So yeah, change of ends for Amanda Jade Wellington. Can she squeeze a wicket out in the dying moments?
Just giving that first ball a little bit of a look, see if it's doing anything different from this direction, this end.
Drop that one in a little bit.
Yeah, I've been watching her. She's got a few little variations.
Yeah.
A little flick of the wrist out the back of the hand, dragging it down. Oh, she's decided over is not the way to go.
Absolutely not.
Round. Gonna have to go round.
That's what the problem was.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's well played.
Yeah, just dabbed back through slip there for the single. That one was I'm interested if you can see the replay on that. I think that moved in the air as well as then pitching. Like say, she gets some good drift.
Yeah.
As well as then a little bit of turn. Not much happening on this wicket today, but there was a little bit of turn. But she is getting good drift in the air as well.
Yeah.
Push that one out slightly wider, but is a dot ball.
Yeah. Trying to encourage that little nick outside off, aren't they? Into the hands of slip.
Wasn't happy with that side either.
No. She's come back over.
Back over. Finishes off on a dot ball. Oh no, one more to come. Can't count.
But it's all the chopping and changing. You don't know where you're going. Oh, they've dropped cover. Looking to rotate the strike, get Grucock on strike the other end. Well fielded from extra cover there.
Great dive from Danny Gibson. That does wrap up the over. That is 6 balls and an over still, everybody. Sunrisers 97 for 2 off 25 with 18 to win.
It looks like drinks. Yeah. What do you reckon Western Storm are going to be talking about now? As you can imagine, it's probably a little bit difficult to kind of claw their way back now, but what do you think Sophie Luff will be telling the girls?
So I think for me it's about making it as hard as possible to get those 18 runs, so that they really have to work for it. And then you never know, a chance might happen. I agree that I don't think there's going to be a huge batting collapse where 18 runs can't be scored, but it's just making that as hard as possible for Sunrisers, for the bowlers and the batters to take advantage of this first game of the season. It's a long season, so lots to take away for both teams today, but for me it's about just keeping that volume going, keeping everyone's heads up right to the end, because you fight right to the end because you don't know what may or may not happen.
Absolutely.
So it's important to just keep that energy high. Those 18 runs, make that as grueling as possible for Sunrisers, no loose balls, and just keep it really tight in that ring so there's no quick singles to be had either, to build that pressure. To then, who knows, they might make a mistake, another batsman might come in, go quickly, and then suddenly, the balance changes. It can change quite quickly in cricket.
Absolutely.
But just, unfortunately, just not enough runs on the board for Western Storm to be able to play with a bit today.
No, definitely. Completely agree. That's going to be one of those things they've got to make sure that those batters are working for every single run. And Western Storm, yes, they fought hard. There's been some great expertise and some fielding and bowling on show, but as you say, unfortunately, there just wasn't enough runs on the ones. And just think, if there was another 100 on the board, potentially it would be a completely different game. So, no, absolutely. Hopefully they can really push these batters to, and maybe even, you never know, if there's a breakthrough with Scrivens, that's always a good little thing after drinks.
So Griffiths still in the attack to Scrivens. Solid pushback. So like I say, it's a good bit of energy from Storm,
Say the noise is still there, you can still hear it. It's coming right through the comms window here. They're nice and loud. And that's what you want. As soon as you die down a little bit and the noise goes, that's when the batters know that they've got one up on you.
Yeah.
So you just need to make sure that they know that you're still there and you're still fighting tooth and nail to the last ball.
Griffiths coming in for a second. Again,
Bit of movement.
bit
it's
of
just
bit of
drifting,
pads,
yeah.
but it's down for one run. So she's making it do stuff. Griffiths is making the ball, do something off the seam and in the air.
She is. It looks like it's drifting down and across the left-handers a fair bit.
Steaming in again. Punched. Taking the quick single. Well run. Yeah, that was driven well by Grewcock, and she was straight off. She knew there was one there. Whilst it was driven hard to the fielder who had to just slightly move to their right, it was an easy one run there.
I think that's something that they've done. The Sunrisers have done really, really well. They're in a position that they don't need to be doing runs like that, but they've just been so clinical in exactly what they're doing. They have their game plan. They know what they need to be doing, and they've just been accruing runs where they can, and it's been an excellent showcase.
Yeah, and that was just again nicked away just down past leg, and that brings up the 100 for Sunrisers in the 25th over.
Yeah, just 15 to win here now. Griffiths again from the pavilion end.
Yeah, well bowled.
That
Right on the money.
Yeah, hard into the ground there, up into the batter. Not gonna back down that easy.
Last ball of the over for Griffiths. Or good pace and straight back to her as bowler, and that brings the end to her over. So Sunrisers 100 for 2 off 26 overs with 15 runs to win.
In a very, very good position. Scrivens on 56, Grewcock on 6. And it's been one of those games that you can see, although most people tend to look at kind of strike rate and things like that, Scrivens has just done the hard graft. She just knows exactly what she needs to do. Nothing silly needs to be done. No explosive run rate was needed. So she's just done exactly what was required of her team, and it shows 100 for 2,
Yep.
only 15 to win with 24 overs remaining.
Wellington still in the mix. Throwing that one up. A bit more flight to that one. Dot ball from Scrivens.
We'll see if she changes it up a little bit. She's going to bowl this one and see if she comes round.
I got through, so through bat and pad there from Scrivens.
Excellent. Quick glove work from Nat Wraith there.
Very good glove work. Luckily, Scrivens well in her ground. Again, just push that one out slightly wider. No shot played.
Yeah.
No run.
Learnt from the last one. She's left that one.
Again, another dot ball. So again, you know, what we're talking a couple of overs ago, it was 18 runs, only 15. They're making them work hard, which is what you
Absolutely.
want. So,
But also it's almost you can feel that kind of pressure put back on the batters. Like
Yeah.
that's when you look at the scoreboard and you're thinking, oh, it's only 15. It's only a couple of boundaries here, a couple of twos. But like you say, Western Storm are making them work for every single one. And then that's when the pressure's on. They're like, okay, do I hit it here? Is this a shot that I can get some runs off of? So definitely get some thinking.
great over from Amanda Jade Wellington. It's a
Excellent.
maiden over, and the last two balls there really made them think about what shot they needed to play.
Looked a bit in two minds in that
Definitely.
last shot. Which is, like you said, is exactly what needs to be done. And Griffiths is back on again from her last over. It's been nice. Beginning a little bowling partnership going on, really putting some pressure back onto the Sunrisers.
So Sunrise is still 100 for 2 off 27 overs. Griffiths still in the attack to Grucock. Drilled straight back past the bowler, but mid comes across to cut that one off. No run. That's what you want as a bowler. You want the commitment from all your fielders. Well, you want it all the time, but
Absolutely.
particularly at the end when the inevitable is unfortunately going to happen here probably today. That you just want everybody to be diving, working hard. Nothing gets
Absolutely.
through.
And you can tell, can't you? Body language. These girls are absolutely going to put their body on the line 100%, and that's usually kind of the deciding point, isn't it? Of shoulders start to slump if you know that maybe you're not going to get the result that you want, but these girls are. You can tell that they want it. They're going to fight for it. Two good dots onto her third. That's well played, well timed. Waited for it onto the legs and just a little flick off. There was a gap in mid wicket, and that's raced straight to the boundary.
4 runs for Grucock. So again, it just drifts slightly. Like I said, the bad ball does come. They've got nothing to worry about here, Sunrisers. She just stepped across the line there and just nicely just flicked it off her pads. And there's no one down on that boundary for 4 runs. Griffiths back in, good recovery.
And that's what I think is really good to watch, is the fact that they're not searching for these boundaries. They're just waiting. They're being so patient that in a otherwise kind of smaller score that you'd potentially expect a little bit more within T20 cricket, they've just been so patient, but been so kind of aggressive towards the bad ball that it's paid off. Another top area from Griffiths there.
She's certainly digging it into the pitch as best she can to, keep that pace going.
Absolutely.
Last ball of this over. And she finishes nicely with a dot ball.
Defended back to her.
So Sunrisers 104 for 2 off 28 overs with 11 to win. And I'm going to pass over to the final bit, back to Hannah.
Hello, Emma.
Hannah.
Back in the hot seat.
What have you been observing from behind us? What are your thoughts?
Grace Scrivens is very good, isn't she?
I think that's a little bit of an understatement.
I think that's the only thing that's been in my mind right now. Is just like, when is she going to break through for England senior team? When is that call-up going to be?
Yeah, I have very fond memories of watching the England Under-19 World Cup. That was just a really, really special tournament. It was so exciting to watch. And you can just see, you can understand why she's captaining. She just... Oh, has it been lofted up? Oh, a little bit of miscommunication. It's dropped just between the two fielders, unfortunately. That was the opportunity they needed to try and claw their way back from... Have a little look at the replay. It's lofted up. She's chipped it. Oh. Dropped just between them. Good reply though. Dot ball.
Yeah, just that's been the biggest thing for me. Is as you mentioned it really perfectly. She hasn't done anything too complicated here today.
No, exactly.
She's kept it simple. She's played a proper captain's innings. Just been patient.
And even something like that, for example, where she's mistimed or miscued, just doesn't seem to phase her at all. She goes on, she sees the next ball as something completely different, and she builds upon it again. But some good dots. It's taken a little while for them to get that initial 18 run, so Western Storm were working really, really hard.
Seen out by Grewcock. She's on 10, supporting Scrivens nicely.
Yeah, so it is 105 for 2. 10 to win with 21 overs remaining.
Yeah, the odds are not in Storm's favour in the slightest, are they? But how can they make it difficult for the Sunrisers to get across that line? Can they take some confidence? You know, it looks like Sophia Smell's coming into the mix here. Can she have an impact at this moment in time?
Yeah, a left arm spinner against two left-handed batters. Or as we were saying previously, it helps a little bit more with the rhythm. You're not changing your field necessarily all of the time. Every time there's a change of batter, it allows bowlers to get into a little bit more of a rhythm, fielders to know exactly where they are in the field. It just hopefully makes things a little bit easier, and I hope Sophia can make the breakthrough.
We had a wonderful chat with her brother Will earlier. Sophia comes in.
It's always kind of like a fairy tale story, isn't it? Do you know, when you've got two successful siblings, you see it a lot in you've seen it quite a bit in the men's game, like the Curran brothers and things like that. But it's so nice to see Sophia and Will being so supportive of one another, and eventually, when the Tier 1 allocated status is in Glamorgan by 2027, they'll both be saying they play for Glamorgan.
If she wants to, of course. Who knows what the future looks like. Another dots delivery. Yeah, because of course if we don't know where these players are going to end up.
True.
But you would hope she would head this way.
You'd like to think.
She comes in, uses the pitch a bit more, finds the fielder. But it's just written in the stars, and it would be such a beautiful story.
Of course.
I'd love to know the thoughts from, her parents, etc. as well. And Grandpa at home if he is watching.
The process.
Their feelings and stuff, because
Absolutely.
a lot of it is driven by family, isn't it?
Of course it is. A lot of sacrifice involved in ensuring that your children have the best access and the best opportunity to be able to play cricket.
Yeah, I've neglected that, the amount of times that my mum would drive or share lifts or, whatever it may be, just to get to matches. Like, we used to have to travel all across, Somerset to Kent and all sorts of different places as kids.
Yeah. That's why my mum, they were both sighed a sigh of relief when I could drive. It was like, you can take yourself now.
End of over. And Sunrisers are still 105 for 2, so a lovely maiden by Smell there. But
Done
yeah,
an
it's-
excellent job at keeping this off. 30 overs, and they've kept them to 105. So some positives for Western Storm to take forward.
yeah, thinking about parent sacrifice and everything, and thinking about your mum in particular, 1993 World Cup winner. That's a lot of pressure to live up to as well, right?
Good job, I'm nowhere close.
Now, you're representing Wales. You played within the county system for a long time now. It's plus 10 years.
Yeah, a long time. Yeah, I started when I was probably 10, 11, all the way through Somerset age groups, and then being in Wales for university, the natural kind of shift across to the Wales setup, as well as along with my coaching and things like that. So yeah, the dream of professional cricket, I think that boat sailed a long time ago, but academia is more where it lies for me.
Yeah, but at the same time, you never know, do you? Like, there needs to be depth across the different tier 1s, tier 2 teams, etc. And I think there is a need to re-engage players who are around kind of your age to get back involved. That's another dot delivery.
Well fielded.
Because this is I can't even say the word, exceptional pool of talent that did just kind of get missed, right? Players went into county pathways, and then if they didn't make it at kind of like 19 into a senior squad, there was no cricket for them to really play.
Yeah,
So
it's a tough period, and it's still something that I guess a lot of club teams, and something that at the university we're still trying to really kind of grasp those that potentially stopped playing to get them almost back into the game. I think that's something that's most rewarding when you're coaching a part of a university setup. It's so nice to get girls back involved with cricket and playing and getting them back into clubs and things like that.
there are talented players out there.
Absolutely.
Again, Storm piling up the dots here.
There we go, another maiden.
Another maiden over.
That's from Skelton there on the taff end, and excellent. You can just see that now that it's gone down to 10 to win, that the batters are just being a little bit looser with their shot selection. I think they're looking to maybe push on and try and get them over the line. So there's a few more swings of the bat, maybe a little less calculated than what they have been doing previously. I think they want to, get it done.
Yeah, that certainly seems the case. And it will be Scrivens on face. She's currently on 57. Another 50 to her repertoire. That CV is looking very bright. A smell comes in. Fellow left-hander. Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting because I think there are players out there who are talented and can get re-engaged, and whether they play tier 1 is another story, but they could definitely be playing tier 3, tier 2.
Absolutely.
And the game needs them.
They do. I think that's the big thing that you see potentially a lot more in men's cricket, don't you? There's that lifelong kind of commitment to playing to men's cricket, and that they'll be playing until they retire, essentially. But a lot more potentially, I don't know even if it's obstacles or barriers potentially that just often prevent women to be able to have the exact same kind of cricketing career, whether it's domestic, international, like men do. So
Yeah, 100%. And we're seeing with softball, there's a lot of women getting involved, especially those in the kind of like middle age of their lives, engaging with the sport when that kind of generation didn't really have as much of an opportunity to engage within the sport. I know my mum's very excited at the minute, and I'll come on to that shortly. Smell. Again, another dot delivery.
well, you can see that these dots are really. Scrivens looks like she's antsy. She's ready. She's jumping around the crease a little bit. She's wanting to move this along, and Sophia is just not giving it to her.
Yeah, again,
Another dot.
you can see that slight frustration from Scrivens there. But excellent bowling from Sophia Smell, back to back. Maiden overs.
Excellent.
Sunrisers still 105 for 2. require 10 to win, Scrivens on 57 and Grewcock on 10. But yeah, your mum is involved in the Somerset women's over 45s, right? Because I think she's messaged my mum to try and recruit her or some sort. So I'm looking at Emma and she's pulling a bit of a face. But I believe that is the case, or some sort of involvement.
I'm sure it is. My mum is involved in so many different areas of cricket. It is often sometimes difficult to keep up.
But in terms of that kind of opportunity, like my mum is absolutely excited at the fact she could potentially represent Somerset, a opportunity she didn't really get when she was younger.
No, it's great, and it's something that often, like you say, something that she might have never even considered that she would even be eligible for something like that.
Mhm.
So the fact that there's
It didn't
this
exist
opportunity,
for her.
exactly, if there's this opportunity, you see it quite a lot within the men's setups and stuff like that. She's come down, hit it on the full toss, but mid-on has done an excellent job at stopping the boundary. Ricocheted off the wrist for just the one.
They have broken that bit of deadlock with that run, though. It has been a while without a run.
Absolutely. The maiden spell has been broken.
But yeah, Mum it wasn't even in her kind of brain that she could do that when she was a youngster, so she's very excited about this over 45 Somerset women's team, and I'm imagining other counties probably will have over 45 teams as well.
Absolutely, and it's just something that you hope that there's going to be continued forward, because now if we've got this generation of women and girls that wanting to continue to play, you can imagine that these teams will be formed, and they will be formed with a lot of very good cricketers.
Skelton to Scrivens, uses her feet, hits it over the top, and it's going to be one bounce, it's going to plug, it's not going to chase away to the boundary on this occasion.
Lovely use of the feet there, but yeah, as you say, it went up and it plugged down, so unfortunately it was just the two, but a valuable two nonetheless. It looks like they're trying to move things along a little bit now.
Again, using the feet, hits it straight back to the bowler.
There we go. She's nailed that one, and that's gone straight back behind the bowler.
4 runs for Scrivens. Star player of today. We'll see the replay. Skelton to Scrivens and hits it straight back past the bowler. No stopping that one. And it looks like they've also lost the ball in the process. Oh, they found it.
There we go, they've got it. Yeah, you can just see Scrivens is ready to wrap that up. She's had a couple of runs boundary. She's ready to seal the deal.
3 runs to win here now. A boundary will seal it. What has Scrivens got? What has Skelton got? Used her feet again, hits over top, finds the fielder this occasion. Not going to get a boundary this time. You can see what she was trying to do, but that brings the end of the over. Sunrisers 112 for 2, Scrivens 63, and Grewcock will be on strike on 11.
Yes, just 3 runs to win. I wonder what the little chat is in the middle that's happening. What do you think is going to be their approach? Are they just going to look to rotate the strike, or do you think it's going to be a boundary?
I think Scrivens probably just said, just hit it.
Yeah.
In the
Come
most
on, send it. Just get on the end of it.
in the most unqualified coaching perspective over here.
Yeah, don't tap it, whack it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably just, nothing stupid, just
But you can see the
enjoy
you can
yourself.
See the change in the field. They are requiring her to hit up and over. If she's going to do it, she's going to get it. She wants that boundary. She's going to have to work for it. She's going to have to go up and over the ring.
So Smell with the ball in hand. Grewcock on strike. And she hits it straight to the hands of Sophie Luff, but luckily it was on the floor, so no run.
Yeah, well worn. Looked like it plugged into the ground a little bit there.
Smell, one of the breakout stars of the 100 a few seasons ago.
Cleanly struck, but again, a dot ball. They're going to make her work.
Excellent from Smell. She's had a stellar kind of burst onto the scene, hasn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. And still just so young. So much potential moving forward even now.
She bowls it to Grewcock.
Another great area. She can't get it away. 3 dots. That pressure's on Grewcock here.
Smell once again. This time in the air,
There we go.
finds a gap. It chases on, there's three fielders chasing.
Is
The
it gonna
ball
make
is racing away and it goes for 4 runs. The
That is
Sunrisers
the end.
have brought up the total. They've scored 116 for 2, beating the total set by Western Storm in the first innings. It was a subpar performance from Western Storm, unfortunately, today. Sophia Smell tried her best there to see it out as long as she could, but Grucock punished that last delivery for 4 runs.
Absolutely. A great example from Scrivens there of exactly how to do a run chase. Not much to be chased here today, unfortunately, but that didn't stop her from just being very cool, calm, collective, very clinical, knew exactly what she was doing, and that shows 63 runs from 98 balls. She stuck at it and was there for the whole inning, so a great captain's knock.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular from Scrivens. And as we mentioned earlier, Heather Knight was quoted in a piece, saying, if people are standing up in this part of the season, there's nothing to say that they cannot emerge onto that England scene. So she's putting her hand up early doors already. Consistency from the captain. They ended last year with 4 wins in a row, and they're continuing this form now. Could you imagine in the first kind of edition of Rachel-Heyhoe Flint Trophy, where Sunrisers were struggling to put runs on the board, etc. Look at them now. Complete turn of tables. Western Storm will be bitterly disappointed in this performance. But luckily for them, there's plenty more opportunities coming quite quickly that they can put this right.
Absolutely. There's going to be, although it wasn't their day, there's going to be many positives that they can take moving forward, and the momentum that they can take from pretty tight bowling attack towards the end. They'll be able to take lots of positives from that, and that's all they can do. They can just learn from them, move on, and then hope that they bring their batting A game in the next game.
Yeah, so the reflections today will be on that batting innings. Sunrisers did win the toss. They did elect to field first, and they put the pressure straight on Western Storm. There's a few moments that Western Storm will be thinking, how could I have done that differently? A lot of LBW decisions that didn't go their way, obviously. Falling short to spin was quite problematic. A couple caught, but in the most part it was LBWs, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Sunrisers will be reflecting on a comprehensive win. Good away win for them, especially at the start of the season.
And they have been pipped. I know the Naughty Child podcast I've seen today, Polly did pip them as the team to watch this year. Can they beat the Vipers in terms of the overall, the Vipers' dominance of this regional era? Can they actually beat that? Can they go on to win and end a regional competition as victors this year? Who knows? But I love an underdog story. Perhaps that's the story of Western Storm this year. Can they overcome the challenges that awaits? We will soon find out. So that brings to close today's match. Sunrisers 116 for 2. They beat Western Storm, who only posted 114 from their innings, bowled out, unfortunately. Someone of note would have been Nat Rafe with her score. But today's story really is about Grace Scrivens, 63 from 98. I'm going to leave the stream there. Thank you very much for listening. Pass you over to Emma to say her last thank you.
No, thank you for having me. Don't do this very often, but it was always a pleasure. Pleasure to be in the comms box, especially watching cricket here on such a good stage.
Perfect, thank you very much.